apenas ser matéria-prima para a exportação, porque nós não conseguiremos, com a quantidade produzida, resolver os problemas internos que temos. Daí, passarmos daquela teoria clássica de monocultura, criando fileiras. E as fileiras, mesmo as do cacau e do café, hoje elas já são desenvolvidas com a filosofia biológica, o que faz com que obtivemos um grande ganho no aumento da qualidade dos produtos. E outra vantagem é que esses próprios produtos já são tratados, transformados dentro do país, o que permite exportar algum produto com alguma qualidade já reconhecida, sobretudo o chocolate, e também continuar a exportar matéria-prima, mas já em menos quantidade. E quebrar o estilo ou a filosofia da monocultura, introduzindo novas fileiras. Portanto, eu agora lembro-me das novas que introduzimos e que funcionam, como a fileira da pimenta, a fileira da baunilha. E com o excedente de produção, que é muito normal na fruticultura, nós então transformamos e entramos na produção de licores à base de frutas. Bom, isto para dizer que também é uma forma de criar, de inovar e permitir que nessa camada jovem que temos um certo incentivo de empreendedorismo. Porquê? Porque o governo de São Tomé e Príncipe, em alinhamento com as políticas económicas do país, introduziu nas escolas o tema empreendedorismo. Nós introduzimos empreendedorismo no sentido de fazer um apelo para que esses próprios jovens, esse próprio capital que temos à disposição, também possa, a partir daí, investir, empreender noutras áreas, sobretudo da proteção do ambiente e da transformação. Bom, não podemos esquecer... My time is finished?
To you and,
Finish?
Yes, please, if you can round up.
Ok. To conclude.
Yes, Your
Ok.
Excellency.
E a educação. É claro, eu gostaria de falar um bocadinho mais da educação para dizer que é uma aposta. Nós precisamos de ter uma educação de qualidade para o desenvolvimento nacional. Felizmente, para nós, estamos a falar de um país que tem taxas de literacia muito elevadas. As nossas taxas mais baixas situam-se em 95%, portanto estamos muito bem nesse sentido. O que nos incomoda e preocupa é de facto a qualidade do ensino. E essa qualidade leva-nos a ter que introduzir centros universitários ou polos universitários com valência internacional para procurarmos competências. E essa procura da competência faz-se com melhoria das infraestruturas escolares, com equipamentos modernos e trabalhando na qualidade da própria docência para que possamos ter um alinhamento de competências, de capacidades que possam também dar conhecimento de acordo com as necessidades laborais e a absorção dos quadros. I'm still on time?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I was getting guidance in terms of where we go from here, but I wanted to say to you, I am looking forward to the day when I can have that chocolate from Sao Tome and Principe. It's a challenge to you, sir. Just very quickly, if you can add as well, we have had the statistics around Africa and its children, its potential. I think the number given was that by 2075, we'll have the largest working population in the world. I wanted very quickly to know what you are doing in Sao Tome and Principe around meeting this challenge.
Em São Tomé e Príncipe, nós já adotamos um plano de ação nacional virado para a juventude de 2020 a 2024. E agora ele está em ação. O que nós pretendemos é continuar, como disse, a adaptar e a atualizar os nossos dados estatísticos para obter os melhores ganhos dessa juventude. E demos conta que uma das necessidades que nós temos que fazer e uma das reformas é na promoção do ensino técnico-profissional. Técnico-profissional com enfoque no setor do ambiente, das novas tecnologias e, sobretudo, com o espírito de inovar e criar, ou digamos, ter iniciativas empreendedoras. Isto terá o patrocínio do Estado e o apoio do Estado. Nós já temos estado a trabalhar neste plano, como disse, é um plano de ação nacional de 2020 a 2024. E também achamos que é muito importante que haja uma cooperação mais intensiva, mais forte com as empresas privadas, porque a administração pública não pode absorver todo esse capital humano por si só. E esta cooperação com as empresas privadas, nacionais e estrangeiras, vai nos permitir nivelar ou fazer um alinhamento do que são as competências, as capacidades e trabalhar de acordo com o conhecimento daquilo que serão as nossas necessidades para a empregabilidade e aí sim absorver os quadros todos formados. Como eu disse há um bocado, isto é um trabalho que é evolutivo, não é um trabalho feito, é um processo que leva o seu caminho, mas vimos que o que São Tomé e Príncipe está a fazer, ou que São Tomé e Príncipe tem como desafios e problemas, grande parte deles são comuns aos nossos países, pelo que eu ouvi aqui, e creio que ao sairmos daqui, sairemos com mais ferramentas para melhorarmos aquilo que já são os nossos planos de ação e contribuirmos, de facto, para este grande ativo que nós temos, que é o capital humano em cada um dos nossos países. Muito obrigado.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. That's His Excellency Carlos Manuel Villanova, President, Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe. Last but not least, it says His Excellency Olavo Avelino Garcia Correa, Deputy Prime Minister, Republic of Cabo Verde. Your Excellency, it's the same format. So your initial reflections on what brings us here today, why you committed time to come here and join your fellow heads of state here to talk about what we need to do to make sure that we do not have a disaster, but that we have a dividend for our youth.
Muito obrigado. Cumprimento a todos novamente. Eu tive de fazer cerca de 17 horas de voo para chegar a este país, a Tanzania, dar a Salaam, mas acho que foi um bom investimento, porque tem sido dias importantes de debate e de reflexão. Mas a questão que se coloca para mim, ela é simples e tem a ver com dois aspectos que eu gostava de partilhar com a audiência. Primeiro aspecto: quando os nossos jovens deixam o nosso continente e vão para a Europa, para os Estados Unidos, e muitos deles, quando saem, nem passam pela capital, chegam lá, são produtivos, são empreendedores, trabalham muitas horas e adaptam-se ao ambiente altamente competitivo destes países. São as mesmas pessoas, são os mesmos africanos. Portanto, o problema não está no africano. O problema não está na pessoa. O problema está no ambiente. O problema está no contexto. O problema está na governança. O problema está na liderança. E se nós olharmos para aquilo que debatemos hoje e ontem, o que é que há de novo em termos de conhecimento? Que precisamos de mais qualidade na educação? Isso sabíamos há muito tempo. Que precisamos de mais inclusão em relação à educação? Também sabíamos. Mas o problema é, o que é que tem de ser mudado para que a África mude? E se nós não reconhecermos onde é que está o problema, vamos continuar a fazer as mesmas coisas, da mesma forma, eventualmente com mais dinheiro, mas os resultados vão ser os mesmos ou até piores. Para mim, eu acho que enquanto nós não reconhecermos que somos nós, os africanos, que somos responsáveis pela situação da educação e da juventude em África, não daremos um passo melhor do que estamos a dar até agora. E não podemos culpabilizar o Banco Mundial, o Fundo Monetário, a União Europeia, porque quando há um problema em casa, não podemos culpabilizar os vizinhos, nem os amigos. Somos nós os responsáveis, as lideranças africanas. que precisam de uma governação mais aberta, mais responsável, mais servidora, mais criadora de oportunidades. Para mim, este é o ponto. Enquanto isto não for assumido responsavelmente, porque se nós não mudarmos a nossa forma de fazer e de atuar, não podemos esperar que as coisas mudem no futuro. Porque eu não quero ver apenas alguns casos de sucesso em África. 3, 4 países. Dou os parabéns. Mas eu estou preocupado com o futuro do meu continente, dos 54 países africanos. É isso que tem de mudar. Eu peço a todos que refletamos sobre isto. Isso é o primeiro ponto importante. O segundo ponto importante tem a ver com a juventude. Eu vou terminar aqui. A juventude africana não precisa de esmolas. Não precisa de caridade. Não precisa de sistema de apoio em termos de esmolas. A juventude precisa de 3 coisas importantes. Precisa de educação, precisa de formação, de excelência, e precisa de oportunidades para empreender, para criar empregos para si e para os outros. Portanto, os jovens não precisam de nós. Nós é que precisamos dos jovens para transformarmos o nosso continente. E é disso que nós temos de falar. Como é que nós podemos criar oportunidades para os jovens africanos? E eu gostava de partilhar a experiência também de Cabo Verde sobre essa matéria. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. My final question to you then becomes, and while I'm asking you my final question, I wanted to remind Your Excellencies that I've already talked to, that you do need to promise me one commitment that we share here that I'm going to share with the organizers. So final question to you then becomes, what needs to change? You make a great point about the fact that the very same people that are running away from here, when they get to developed economies, become entrepreneurs. So it's not in them. You are right. What is it? Is it our environment? If it is our environment, how do we change it? What do we need to change? Sorry, very Your Excellency.
Muito obrigado. Eu penso que nós temos, desde logo no continente africano, de fazer 3 coisas para a nossa juventude. Garantir educação. Mas como é que nós podemos garantir educação de qualidade se os jovens e as crianças não têm acesso à energia, à água potável, à alimentação? Como que nós podemos garantir a inclusão ao nível da educação e investir mais na educação? Como foi aqui dito, eu acho que não é se nós vamos investir. Nós temos de investir mais na educação. Mas como? Eu permito uma expressão, e a minha franqueza. O primeiro passo não é pedir mais dinheiro ao Banco Mundial. Eu acho que nós precisamos de mais recursos constitucionais para investir na educação de qualidade. Mas enquanto nós não fechamos a porta para financiamentos ilícitos, para corrupção, para a utilização indevida dos recursos africanos e usar esses recursos para a educação e para a saúde, não conseguiremos lá chegar. Nós precisamos de criar as condições em África para mobilizar os recursos financeiros que são necessários, acrescentar também recursos terceiros, para investirmos na educação de qualidade, para investirmos na formação profissional de qualidade e também para criarmos um ambiente de negócios em que funcione o Estado de Direito, funcione a liberdade económica, em que as instituições funcionem e são servidoras, em que os governos tenham uma perspectiva não de exercício de poder, mas de servir às populações e aos jovens africanos. É essa mudança de governança. Eu penso que o aspecto-chave e crítico está na governança e na liderança ao nível de cada um dos nossos países, porque o resto nós poderemos seguramente encontrar em África, mas também com o apoio dos nossos parceiros em toda a parte do mundo. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. If I were going to sum it up, I was just going to say education, education, education. Because from there, we can improve governance. From there, we can have a citizenry that is aware of its responsibilities, and we solve all our other problems. Thank you very much indeed for your time. I'm going to stick with you very quickly and ask you to make a commitment here and now about what we're going to do to change the situation on the ground. Measurable, sir.
A minha mensagem é simples. Já dizia Nelson Mandela: se quiser fazer algo por mim, faça comigo. O problema dos jovens e as soluções para os jovens está na juventude africana. Envolver os jovens, empoderar os jovens, garantir transparência e boa governação, teremos as soluções para os desafios com que os jovens africanos se debatem hoje. Envolver os jovens cada vez mais na governança, na liderança e criar-lhes oportunidades, e nós teremos as condições, os instrumentos para que os próprios jovens, eles próprios, possam ter as soluções para os seus próprios desafios. Esta é a minha mensagem e muito obrigado.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You're going to involve the youth more. We'll be looking to the Cape Verde and seeing what you're going to do in terms of that work on that front. It's incredible. It's almost like you were listening into a meeting that we attended at the beginning of the week where youth were gathered under Save the Children, and there was one slogan that they kept shouting, and they said, "No discussion about us without us." Wow. You were there in spirit. Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency, if I can come to you, the President of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, just one commitment, sir.
Bom, eu penso que igualmente o verdadeiro compromisso com esta massa humana que temos à nossa disponibilidade, que constitui um capital, é empoderá-los cada vez mais, investir em programas que se adaptem ao empoderamento da juventude, capacitá-los para que as competências melhorem, elas estejam niveladas e possam ser úteis, porque formar e dizer que conseguimos ter todos os jovens formados, e se nós não trabalharmos nas suas capacidades, nas suas competências, especializá-los, nós teremos todo um conjunto de situações internas e de recursos por aproveitar que nós não podemos fazê-lo. Portanto, eu penso que cada país, o Estado, deve ter políticas de investimento adaptadas à juventude para a sua formação, para a sua capacidade e iniciativa empreendedora, porque eu volto a dizer, nenhum Estado sobrevive se a administração pública for o único empregador ou o principal empregador do país. É preciso, portanto, saber que essa capacidade, essa massa disponível tem que compreender que a sua iniciativa empreendedora tem que ser valorizada e ao Estado cabe criar condições para a sua formação, o seu empoderamento, independentemente do género. Muito obrigado.
Okay, youth empowerment. We'll come and ask for the specific numbers later. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, President Nyusi.
Vou continuar na agenda, como disse. Primeiro, é preciso haver compromisso forte político. E um compromisso permanente, não sazonal, não de épocas. Isso é fundamental. E depois é preciso investir na juventude, investir na formação, em todos os aspectos. Quando falamos de formação, significa, mesmo depois de formação, é preciso ter o segmento daquilo que nós formamos, qual é o produto que traz para nós. Mas também não é menos importante nós aceitarmos as parcerias ou a comunhão com a ciência. E se não existe essa ciência, esse conhecimento, essa tecnologia nos nossos países, vamos buscar o conhecimento. Não devemos ter o receio de ir buscar o conhecimento para podermos amanhã sermos melhor do que mesmo aqueles que nos ensinaram. Obrigado.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. President Chakwera.
I did mention that we are committed to making sure several figures change by 2030, and I do not need to repeat that. But I want to say two things. First, we must demonstrate, as leaders and parents, that we believe in our children. Our children are not a curse. They are not a mistake. We must demonstrate so that they grow up not with an Afro-pessimism, but with an optimism that this is a place that we can live in, work in, prosper in, and become truly developed. That will help set their mind to thinking, this is it. Second of all, those of us that have the capacity and the ability to make sacrifices need to do it now, because investment is a sacrifice. And so in demonstrating belief in our children, in the youth, it means that we are willing then to say no to certain things so they can have a future and a generation looking forward to truly a 2063 that's possible. And it can be done intentionally. So what we are trying to do now is to say between 15 to 20%, let that be invested in education, in multiplier ministries, departments that do produce multiplier effects. That way, they will be trained and skilled, and they will be healthy, so that they are able then to produce the wealth that we all can enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. I'm hearing a permanent commitment to building the lives of our children, making sure they go to school. We heard about the issue around the quality of education. So we are broadcasters, so we record everything you've been saying here, and we shall be bringing it back to you. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for listening.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, let's give them a big round of applause as they take their seats back. Thank you very much. A gracious thank you once again to you, our distinguished heads of states, for sharing inspiring examples and approaches on how to tackle human capital challenges. Thank you very much. We are now going on to a panel discussion 2, which is going to discuss, are we ready to invest in education and productivity of young Africans? Are we ready to invest in education and productivity of young Africans? And this will be discussed by the following heads of states. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the host, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President, United Republic of Tanzania. Karibu. As she comes to the stage, I would also like to call to the stage His Excellency Dr. Julius Maada Bio, President, Republic of Sierra Leone. As has reached the stage, I would like to bring to the stage Her Excellency Mariam Chabitalata, Vice President, Republic of Benin. Join me to clap as I invite to the stage His Excellency Cleopas Lamin, Prime Minister, Kingdom of Eswatini. I'm also delighted to invite to the stage His Excellency Hamza Abdi Bare, the Prime Minister, Federal Republic of Somalia. And as he comes to the stage, last but not least, Excellencies, distinguished guests, allow me and let's put our hands together for His Excellency Zemeke Makonnen, Deputy Prime Minister, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Another bigger round of applause to excellencies on the stage as I invite Godfrey from CNBC to proceed with the plenary. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. More now. I'm hoping everyone can hear me. Yes, it appears to be working. Your Excellencies, thank you again for coming through and spending time with your colleagues, if I may say, and of course your partners who are crucial in tackling the question that is before us. And if I may remind you again of the format, I've been tasked to make sure that we can get through all of you to make a point. One, a commitment to this summit about what you're going to do to advance the issue of human capital development on the African continent. And then secondly, I've also been tasked to make sure that I'm able to get 3 recommendations that I can take away from this session as well, that I share with our organizers. And to be able to achieve all of that, I'm giving you 2 things. Number one, first of all, to address the general topic that we're talking about here today. And then secondly, to talk to very specifically to the points that have been given to me for me to ask you. So, reminding you again, our session is on ensuring that the issue that's been brought up, the issue of education, are we ready to create young Africans that are productive and that are able to participate as much as they can in our economies? Your Excellency, President Samia Suluhu Hassan, if I can start with you, your thoughts on this gathering that you have brought about, because clearly you identified something that needs to be done. Thank you.
Nikijibu swali lako kwamba we ready to invest in education, niseme ndio, yes, we are ready to invest in education. Na kama nilivyosema kwenye hotuba yangu kwamba ni kuwekeza kwenye education peke yake au kwenye elimu ndio kutafanya tujenge society, vijana ambao watakuwa wanajielewa na kujua nini wanapaswa kufanya kwenye nchi zao na hatimaye bara lao. Labda niseme uzoefu wetu Tanzania, tuko tayari kuwekeza kwenye education na tumeanza na early child education au elimu ya awali, ambapo elimu ya awali zamani ilikuwa ni kama sehemu tu ambazo labda wachimba madini, wakulima wanaweka tu vibanda na kufanya watoto wao wasome pale. Lakini kama serikali tumeona hiyo opportunity na sasa tumejenga shule za kisasa kabisa ambazo watoto wale sasa wanasoma. Na ni watoto wa kuanzia miaka 2.5 mpaka miaka 5. Sababu miaka 6 anaanza kuingia primary education. Lakini pia tumetumia fedha nyingi kuwekeza kwenye shule za msingi. Kama nilivyosema, population ya Tanzania ni kubwa na inakuwa kwa kasi. Kwa hiyo kila mwaka tunatumia fedha nyingi kuwekeza kwenye kujenga shule zaidi za msingi, lakini vile vile za sekondari. Lakini pia katika kuwekeza kwenye education tuna level ya sekondari ambayo inaanza kwenye form 1 mpaka form 6, na kwenyewe kwa sababu elimu ya msingi inatoa watoto wengi, lazima sekondari nayo itapokea wengi. Lakini pia tumewekeza kwenye vyuo vikuu. Tanzania ina vyuo vikuu kama 52, 30 ni proper vyuo vikuu na vilivyobaki ni vyuo vya kati au colleges ambazo zinafundisha mambo tofauti tofauti, hasa mambo ya teknolojia. Lakini katika kuwekeza education tunaangalia pia sasa sifa za walimu. Kwanza wingi wa walimu. Tunaangalia teachers students ratio. Kusema ukweli bado tuko nyuma. Tunajitahidi kuajiri, lakini bado kutokana na wingi wa watoto bado tunapambana. Lakini tunaangalia pia uwezo na sifa za walimu katika level tofauti. Wale wanaosomesha early child education, wanaosomesha primary na wanaosomesha sekondari, kuwajenga katika maeneo yao, vivyo hivyo vyuo vikuu. Lakini tunaangalia pia mazingira ya elimu, na kwenyewe nako kuna cost implication. Pesa nyingi inatumika kwenye kujenga mazingira ya elimu ili mwanafunzi awe na raha na mwalimu awe na raha kusomesha. Kubwa tunaloliangalia mbali ya ujenzi wa madarasa, lakini usafi wa mazingira, water and sanitation katika maeneo ya shule. Kwa muda mrefu nyuma, watoto wa kike ambao walishafika umri wa kuvunja ungo kuwa wakubwa walikuwa wanakimbia shule kwa sababu mazingira hayakuwa mazuri kwa wao wakati wa haja zao kujisafisha na mambo mengine. Lakini sasa tunajenga vyoo vizuri, tunapeleka maji maeneo ya shule, tumeweka mazingira mazuri kiasi ambacho wasichana wakati wote wapo shuleni. Lakini jengine katika kuwekeza kwenye elimu, nilisema mapema, kwanza watoto wetu kuanzia elimu ya awali, early child education, mpaka secondary school, form 6 before entering university, hawa wote wanakwenda elimu bila malipo, hawalipi. Lakini wanapokwenda university na vyuo vya kati, tuna mfuko maalum wa maendeleo ya elimu ambao wanafunzi hawa wanakopeshwa na wanakwenda kujisomesha. Watakapopata ajira ndipo wanaporudisha hizo fedha. Lakini katika bajeti iliyopita ambayo tunaitekeleza mwaka huu, tumeondosha pia ada kwenye vyuo vya ufundi na mafunzo ya amali, ili wanafunzi zaidi waingie wasome elimu ya ufundi, tuwajenge na uwezo wa kufanya kazi, uwezo wa kuajirika, ili waweze kwenda kwenye masoko ya ajira. Asante sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. As a follow-up question, I recognize that I may cover some of the things that you've already covered. That's okay, you can skip them. But in addition to what you have said and your commitment around girls, I wanted to focus a little more on what policy actions you are going to be taking to create an environment where youth can flourish, where that child, that girl, that boy does not feel the need to cross that dangerous sea into Europe and decides to practice their entrepreneurship here, like we heard from the from the Deputy Prime Minister.
Asante sana. Ni kweli kwamba katika kuwafanya watoto wetu wapende kukaa nyumbani, kama nilivyosema, la kwanza tunawaingiza kwenye vocational training and vocational studies, mafunzo ya amali na mafunzo ya ujuzi, ili wawe na skills. Na tunaangalia mafunzo ya amali, mafunzo ya ujuzi kwa sasa hivi, kwa maendeleo tulionayo katika wimbi la mapinduzi ya 4 ya viwanda, watoto wetu wanahitaji nini. Kwa maana hiyo tunajenga vocational schools kule waliko. Kwa mfano sasa hivi tuna mradi wa kujenga vocational schools 64 katika kila wilaya ya nchi hii. Kutakuwa na vocational schools. Lakini pia tuna folk development schools ambazo hizi zinapokea wanafunzi ambao wamedrop darasa la 7 au form 4, na wanakuwa wanafundishwa elimu mbalimbali ya ujuzi, skills development, ili waweze kupitia mikopo niliyosema hapa inayotolewa na halmashauri zao, waweze kuchukua mikopo na kuweza kujiajiri wenyewe. Lakini kubwa zaidi tunalolifanya ni rural electrification. Tunapeleka umeme vijiji vyote ili wanafunzi waweze kusoma vizuri kwanza, waweze kufanya practical zao kwenye vocational training, lakini pia waweze kufungua shughuli zao za kujiajiri kule waliko, badala ya kurash kuja mijini au kutaka kuingia tamaa kwenda Ulaya kutafuta green pastures. Tunajitahidi kuprovide kila kinachokuwa lazima ili wabakie hapa.
Boats capsizing in the Mediterranean and be a thing of the past. Your Excellency, thank you very much for your thoughts. Thank you. I'd like to move on now and invite His Excellency Dr. Julius Maada, President, Republic of Sierra Leone. Again, Your Excellency, the format is the same. Your initial thoughts on this summit and what we need to do as a continent to ensure that, I don't know if you remember. Do you remember the Lions on the Move? McKinsey Institute, Lions on the Move, a report that they released, I think, in 2014, if I am not mistaken, which spelled a rosy picture of Africa that was going to be growing and creating jobs for its people. And then I remember another big report, UNICEF, put together again, Generation 2030, I think, report that was called, again, spelling out this huge opportunity for us to realize as Africans. But warning, if we do not change our trajectory in terms of investment in our children, we would be going nowhere. And I'm saying to you, sir, as you address us today, we are in danger of having a disaster and not the dividend. But let me get your thoughts.
Thank you very much. My government is a human capital development government. That was how I termed it even before I started my campaign, because we realized from the in-depth studies that we did before even I embarked on my political journey that illiteracy, high illiteracy, was a serious hindrance to development in Sierra Leone. So I identified human capital development, and I've taken it through the first term of office. For me, it's not a matter of whether we are ready or not. The need is upon us. And for certain things, you don't have to be ready to embark on them. It is existential if we have to succeed in this 21st century, if we have to move from being at the receiving end of the fourth industrial revolution after having been at the receiving end of all the other revolutions, then we must pre-position Africa by making sure that we invest adequately and consistently in our most precious resource that we have, which is the human capital of Africa. We'll be wasting time to do any other thing in this 21st century, and especially with the looming fourth industrial revolution. We cannot survive, we cannot thrive if we do not position ourselves ahead of the curve. And so, what have I done? I have put aside 22% of discretionary budget of my country, and that goes for education. And I want to assure you that there is efficiency in the use of that, because it's not just the quantum, but also how it is used. We have made sure that we are paying for all, because one of the most difficult aspects is actually access to education. A lot of people are poor. You may say it's $10, but some people cannot even afford that. And so what have we done? We have made universal access to education for every child in Sierra Leone for the past 5 years. And that is still ongoing. But besides universal access, there is another problem, and a huge number of obstacles that make it impossible for certain people. They will start, but they will not continue. So now we are not only paying for kids to go to school, we are also buying core textbooks which are needed in schools. In some of the schools, they do not even have teaching and learning materials. So we have bought that for 12,000 schools in the whole of Sierra Leone. So we provide core textbooks, we provide teaching and learning materials for all the schools that are government schools or government-assisted schools. There is another problem of malnutrition or hunger, which affects certain homes because of their level of poverty. Now we are providing school meals for over 600,000 kids in Sierra Leone. This has not only good outcomes for education or learning, but also and health reasons. And it is also playing into retention and completion. So what we are doing is a comprehensive approach to actually making sure that they don't just have access, but they can stay in school, complete school. And as a result of that, in the whole of West Africa, we are rated as first for completion for girls in West Africa. And we also have a free tuition for girls who do STEM subjects. As a result of that policy, for nearly 200 years history of our university, for the first time, women applied for engineering more than any other since the start of Fulbe College in Sierra Leone. And since I challenged the women folk of Sierra Leone, they have consistently led in all transition exams, including the latest which came out last week. 11 of the best performing students were 8 out of 11 of the best performing students were actually girls. So that mentality that women cannot do or do not have the same mental faculty as we do is beginning to go away. We realized that even menstruation was a problem, because when they are not properly attired, they feel shy to go to school. So what do? My wife, using a particular campaign, has been providing sanitary pads free of charge for all school-going children in Sierra Leone. And I talk about menstruation without any fear or hesitation. For a lot of African homes, especially in Sierra Leone, I don't know for here, men don't talk about menstruation. And I say to them, it's just a biological action. And therefore, we should feel free, even as men, dads, to talk to our children so that they feel comfortable and provide them with the necessary support. So every year, the First Lady goes around, supplies to all the schools, and now government has come in, and we are getting support from other non-governmental agencies and also development agencies, because they have seen the utility. When we don't do that, some girls can lose up to 60, 70 days in an academic year from our own calculation. So that is helping out quite a lot. The other thing was, they can study and study and study, but because of poverty, come the transition exam, maybe to go to secondary school, there is a fee, always. They cannot afford it, they drop out. So what we have done is, we have 3 transition exams, the MPSC, the Beke, and the WAS. We are paying for all of those exam fees. We are paying all the exam fees for all of the kids in Sierra Leone. Even when they do their final transition to go to university, there is always a fee for that. And some of the kids will not get their results for a very long time because they have poor parents. What we have done is, we are providing the money for them to be able to get their results so that they don't have to wait. So access is expensive and very important. But there are a series of other obstacles that can actually nullify the effect of having paid for access if you don't address them. And that is what we have tried to do, a comprehensive approach to providing education. It is the best resource we have. And I must add here that as we talk about immigration to other countries so that they seek greener pastures, I think the youth budget can be a blessing, but we have to invest in education. And when I talk about education, we are talking about the education as a whole, talking about technical, vocational training, numeracy, and literacy, basic literacy. If we do that for our people, we can now use the youth budge. It can become an advantage and not a cause. But if we don't do that, it is going to become a bomb because we have too many youths in Africa.
Absolutely, 100%, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for those opening remarks. Please, help me to thank him. So I think for me, what is really eye-opening is the fact that you, Your Excellencies, are breaking down what has traditionally been a taboo subject amongst African societies, talking about menstruation, talking about what those girl children go through, and not talking about what it means for them to be equal participants as a result of that being a taboo subject. Thank you for breaking it down. We totally appreciate that. But I wanted you to add a little more. You spoke about the importance of access. But how do we ensure that that access is equitable? Because you spoke yourself about the disadvantage of the girl child. And we also know that children who come from poor families are at a disadvantage. I come from such a background. Until one of us, my brother, was educated, we were all destined to stay in the rural areas. We broke the poverty cycle because we got access and it was equitable. How do we ensure that on a bigger scale across the country, across the continent?
Access to education.
Equitable.
Equitable.
Yeah.
We have first what we call radical inclusion. Radical inclusion. It's a policy by our government. And that means that irrespective of your situation, if you are a child in Sierra Leone, you should go to school. Wherever you are, whether you are disabled, in whatever state, no political colors come into play, everybody should go to school. This is radical inclusion. Before this time, there was a ban against pregnant girls going to school in Sierra Leone. And I was in favor of that, that is because of my old mindset. But when I realized that it is secondary victimization of these little kids who become pregnant going to school in their formative years, and then you take them out of school and punish them, and they become a liability to themselves, their community, and so on and so forth. I thought that was too much. And I knew I was wrong. So I made a U-turn. Now, girls who become pregnant, we attend on to the point that they can no longer stay in school. And once they give birth, we make sure they go back to school. And interestingly, they have been performing extremely well because they realize they have made the mistakes. And most times, the mistakes are done with adults, people who are supposed to know better. But we blame the child, we blame somebody in 13, 14, 15 years old, and we want her to carry that blame or sin for the rest of our life. I think that is not. So one of the things we have done is to make sure that whether you are in the village, you can access education. And we are building the necessary digital infrastructure. We have trained more teachers for quality, and also to make sure that they can go as fast as they can to be able to give the quality of education. Because what we have to do in Africa also is not just education. It must be fit for purpose education. Education that we meet the needs of the future, a digital economy. That is what we are entering. So the things we have done as when we were in school, which we are forcing our children to do, are no longer good for them. So we must look at the future and make sure that our children are acquiring the skills that will make them relevant for the future, not what we did. And that is what most of us as parents do. I did law, I want you to do law. I did medicine, you have to do medicine. No. I think you have to discuss with them. And what have we done? The youth who are going out, 33% of my cabinet are young people. When I say young people, they are youth. 33% of them are also women. I've also passed an act which is, we call the GIWI Act, which makes sure that 30% of all parliamentarians must be women. 30% of all ministers should be women. And I just appointed my cabinet, and I made sure I complied to that because I passed that bill. And in the corporate world and in other fields of endeavor, we are making sure that nothing less than 30% for now, because this is the very first time we are taking this bold action. Yeah. They are women, right across Sierra Leone. That is the beginning of making sure that the women feel part of us and they can contribute. After all, their population, they are more than 50% of our population. 100%. So it's like trying to do boxing with one hand behind you. Even a lazy man like me can fight any boxer with one hand behind him.
Absolutely. You're going to lose. You can't do it with one hand. Your Excellency, thank you very much for those thoughts. Thank you. Thank you. And it's interesting. It sounds like, again, you were listening to the youth that were attending this seminar that I told you about. One of the things they said, you know, children speak sometimes a little too forcefully. So they said, we demand that there must be a quota for young people in every cabinet in Africa. And I see that you have already started that work on your front. Thank you very much. Let's please allow me to invite Her Excellency Mariam Chabi Talata, Vice President, Republic of Benin. Again, ma'am, I'd like to invite you to share your thoughts on the summit and the work that we are doing, or that we need to do. I think that's the more important part, what we really need to do, before I invite you to answer my very specific question for your country. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je commence par présenter mes remerciements à Madame la Présidente de la République unie de Tanzanie pour l'accueil, l'hospitalité. Je présente mes hommages aux chefs d'État et de gouvernement ici présents. Je salue les vice-présidents et les premiers ministres ici présents. Le thème qui nous unit ici est le suivant. Sommes-nous vraiment prêts à investir dans le capital humain? Moi, je viens d'un petit pays. Géographiquement parlant, c'est la République du Bénin. Nous sommes tellement petits que pour nous rendre visibles, nous nous appuyons sur le géant qui est à côté de nous. Chaque fois que je rencontre quelqu'un qui ne connaît pas bien la région ouest-africaine, qu'il me demande d'où je viens, je suis obligée de dire, je viens d'un pays qui est à côté du Nigeria. Vous voyez? Et ce pays, tout petit géographiquement parlant, rien que ce n'est que 112 000 km². Ce pays a de grandes ambitions. C'est un pays qui, depuis 2016, rêve de se révéler au monde. Mais comment se révéler au monde quand on n'a que 112 000 km²? Quand on n'a pas de ressources minières, comme le Congo, comme certains États qui rendent visible ou qui forcent la visibilité. Nous, au niveau de notre pays, le Bénin, nous ne sommes pas seulement prêts à investir dans le capital humain, nous sommes condamnés à investir dans ce capital pour nous rendre visibles. Parce qu'autrement, nous disparaissons. Et comment nous investissons? Comment nous faisons des efforts pour qu'au niveau de ce capital humain, notre pays soit visible? Nous avons été colonisés par les Français. Et au niveau de notre pays, le Bénin, c'est l'enseignement général qui l'emporte sur l'enseignement technique et professionnel. Cela veut dire quoi? Que pendant 6 décennies, au niveau de notre pays, nos jeunes ont été formés pour de longues études qui ne donnent pas droit à l'emploi. Et notre pays, le Bénin, pour aller de l'avant depuis 2016, a fait le choix de réformer son système éducatif. de faire en sorte que les tendances s'inversent. Par le passé, 70% de notre population scolaire se retrouvait dans l'enseignement secondaire général. Nous travaillons cette fois-ci à inverser les tendances, à faire en sorte que 70% se retrouvent dans l'enseignement technique et professionnel. Mais en faisant quoi? En prenant un certain nombre de mesures. Les Béninois sont connus pour leur engouement pour les études, leur engouement pour les longues études, parce qu'on croit que c'est ça qui fait l'homme. Quand tu ne vas pas très très loin dans les études, tu n'es pas considéré. Alors que maintenant, nous avons constaté qu'on peut aller très loin dans les études et rester chômeur toute la vie. Nous travaillons à y mettre un terme, en faisant en sorte qu'il y ait de la qualité dans l'enseignement que l'on donne. C'est la raison pour laquelle nos premières actions en 2016 ont été d'arrêter les créations anarchiques d'écoles et de collèges. Les villages réclament des écoles, même s'il n'y a que peu de gens pour y aller. Les villes réclament des collèges. Depuis 2016, nous avons suspendu cet élan-là, parce que ça ne mène nulle part. Parce que pendant que l'on réclame la construction d'écoles, la création d'écoles, nous manquons d'enseignants qualifiés. Nous manquons d'enseignants qualifiés. Nous n'acceptons plus qu'on ouvre d'écoles que lorsqu'on a la garantie que ces écoles seront animées par des enseignants de qualité. S'il n'y a pas d'enseignants de qualité, pas d'ouverture d'école. C'est la politique que nous mettons en œuvre depuis 2016. Et nous avons procédé à quoi? À l'évaluation systématique des enseignants qui animent, qui donnent les cours dans nos écoles et nos établissements du secondaire. Le problème de la qualité du capital humain dépend souvent des enseignements qu'on donne à ceux que l'on forme. Chaque élève est à l'image de son enseignant. Ça n'a pas été facile. La lutte pour la qualité n'a pas été facile. L'évaluation n'a pas été facilement acceptée par nos enseignants. Il y en a même qui ont résisté, qui ont refusé de se faire évaluer, qui ont été radiés parce qu'ils ont refusé de se faire évaluer. Si c'est le prix à payer, il fallait le payer. Tout récemment, il y a eu des pourparlers qui ont permis donc de réinsérer certains. Mais il fallait évaluer chaque enseignant. Et ceux qui n'ont pas les compétences requises au niveau des enseignants ont été soumis à des formations. Ils ont subi des formations pour être à même de dispenser des cours de qualité. J'ai dit que nous autres, nous sommes condamnés à investir sur le capital humain. Pourquoi? Parce que tous les 25 ans, notre population double. Si elle double, nous devons tout faire pour qu'elle soit de qualité. Notre ambition, qui est celle de nous révéler au monde, ne peut pas voir le jour si nous n'avons pas un personnel qualifié. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle nous avons, au niveau de notre pays, travaillé à créer un grand nombre de lycées techniques, un grand nombre de centres de formation professionnelle. Nous avons envoyé en formation ceux qui vont animer ces centres de formation, de façon à ce que, à leur retour, ils puissent intégrer ces écoles-là. Nous avons, au niveau de notre pays, conscience du fait que un adulte équilibré demain, c'est un adulte qui a eu une vie saine pendant son enfance. Et notre gouvernement investit énormément dans les cantines scolaires. L'année dernière, j'ai représenté le chef de l'État, le président Patrice Talon, en Italie. Parce que notre pays, le Bénin, a été désigné champion mondial de l'alimentation scolaire. 75% de nos écoles ont une cantine scolaire. Notre ambition, c'est de faire en sorte que tous les villages, toutes les villes plutôt, aient des cantines. Aujourd'hui, nous avons couvert la plupart de nos villages en cantine scolaire. Il ne nous reste que les villes. Voilà.
That's great work. That's great work. That's great work, Your Excellency. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very interesting how you have dealt with the issue of teachers. I live in South Africa, and we have a very strong trade union, and the issue around trying to make sure teachers are competent and they are assessed and they do their job consistently. It's certainly been a very thorny one. Great lesson. Hopefully they can take that lesson as well. Before I let you go, one more quick comment, very quickly if you can. Have you had to deal with the problem of higher dropout rates for school children, especially amongst girls? I want to know how you have dealt with that one. Dropout rates amongst the children that you get into school. You explained that you have a problem of overcapacity, but I imagine even in that overcapacity, you still have other children that don't come to school when they are supposed to come to school.
S'agissant de l'abandon, de la déperdition scolaire, surtout la déperdition des filles, nous mettons en œuvre une gamme variée d'activités. Nous savons que certaines filles abandonnent les écoles, la scolarité, parce qu'elles n'arrivent pas à trouver les conditions adéquates d'hygiène au niveau de l'école. Depuis 2020, la première dame de notre pays, à travers la Fondation Claudine Talon, met en œuvre un programme de distribution de couches aux filles pour limiter les taux d'abandon. Nous sommes aidés par l'UNICEF qui, depuis des décennies, accompagne notre gouvernement en mettant à la disposition de nos filles des kits scolaires composé de livres, de manuels, de cahiers et d'un petit budget pour les charges diverses de l'école. Nous sommes également appuyés tout récemment par la Banque mondiale qui nous aide à mettre à la disposition des filles scolarisées du primaire et du secondaire un fonds. 30 000 filles sont impactées par ce fonds. Les filles du primaire reçoivent par jour 350 francs CFA et les filles du secondaire 450 francs CFA pour les accompagner dans leur scolarité. Ce sont là les actions que nous menons au niveau donc des populations scolaires féminines pour limiter les taux de déperdition. Mais ce n'est pas tout. Depuis 1990 au Bénin, les filles du primaire et du secondaire ne payent pas la scolarité. La scolarité est totalement gratuite dans notre pays.
Just girls? Just girls?
Oui, pour
Just
les
the
filles.
girls?
Oui, pour le moment.
Okay,
On
boys
va
pay,
atteindre les
girls
hommes
don't pay.
après. Oui,
Fantastic.
voilà. Depuis 90.
Positive discrimination. Positive discrimination. Your Excellency, thank you very much for your contribution. May I invite His Excellency Cleopas Dlamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Again, Your Excellency, it's your opening thoughts. If you're able to bunch them together tightly and we get the message across, and then I'll come to you with my very specific question, especially made for you.
Special meant for me?
Yes, sir. It's coming.
Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to thank the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, and in particular to thank President Samia Hassan for the excellent arrangement which they've put into this for those who have arrived just today, I have to say they missed a lot because of what we saw at the dinner yesterday. I see President Chakwera is regretting. We had magicians literally dancing, I don't know what to say, standing on their head, on top of another head. It was marvelous. But now coming to the subject matter before us here, I think it has already been said that it's not a question of whether you want to invest in education or whether you are ready. You have to invest in education, especially if you are in African state. If you look at the proportion of youth relative to the entire population, you can say that if you did anything other than invest in education, you'd be playing with fire. Today we learned that there's a difference between the number of years that you spend at school and the actual education that you get. You can have 10 years of schooling, but 6 years of effective education. And that was quite enlightening. I've always thought about it, but I've always known that rural schools perform poorly compared to urban schools. And I mean, and this is because of the effective years of education. Rural schools are short of, they have certain disadvantages. They may not have computers, they may not have libraries and laboratories, basics like electricity and water, which we take for granted in towns, but they are short in rural areas. You could talk about the teacher-student ratio, but if you don't have these facilities, it means nothing. The figures will just be deceiving you. In Eswatini, we have made very major strides in as far as investment in education is concerned. In our National Development Plan, education, that's 2023-27, education is one of the major pillars of this plan. We want to foster social and human capital development and nature skills base able to adopt innovative technology. A lot has been said about the fact that today it is technology, not just education that is matters. Eswatini was amongst the first countries to be a member of the World Bank Human Capital Project Initiative. Human capital is one of two high-level objectives of our plan. In our country partnership program with the World Bank, we have put a lot of emphasis on education, especially primary education. In Eswatini, since 2010, primary education is free. The only thing that is lacking is that it is not compulsory. And I think I can see now that that's a gap lacking. Because it is free, we should make it compulsory, that every child should go to school. But at the moment, it is not. So the enrollment rate at primary school is in excess of 95% because it is free. However, as you advance to the higher level, there's a tendency to drop because people have seen primary education being free. There's a tendency to think that it's probably not an expense that people must face. But we are progressing towards making sure that the high school is also made free. The quality of education itself, as I've already said, is a major factor in making sure that what we develop from, what we gain from that education is in fact effective. So what we have done now with we have created tertiary institutions, post-tertiary institutions such as TVETs and other colleges that teach skills-based kind of learning. Because what we see is that when people drop out, maybe after secondary school, they tend not to have the right skills for the job. So we have training that we get from different countries that help us with this, and we teach these skills to the schools so that the children who leave school and are not yet ready for work, they can be trained even illiterate people, motor mechanics, electricity, and all sorts of things like that.
Sure.
So this is what we are trying to motivate and encourage. But we will continue to invest again in even at university level. We are introducing now medicines and other schools like that, and so that people can have practical skills that can help in the future. Our budget is the highest proportion of the budget, if you take in terms of overall expenditure, goes to education and health. Sure. Those are the sectors that take a higher proportion of our budget. Infrastructure, of course, is not neglected, physical infrastructure, but this is the main area of focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. I think the issue around skills is an important one. I can tell you that we have a small newsroom in our team in Johannesburg, and the kids that are coming through from the universities, we struggle to get them to quickly integrate and become active participants in generating news. So there needs to be something done to connect the TVET colleges and the actual work environment. It's a continuing challenge across the continent, there's no doubt about that. But I wanted to ask you to talk to a small little tabunyana subject, since we are touching taboos today. How do we work with culture to ensure that while we're respecting our cultural norms, we are also at the same time ensuring that every child who's entering this new age of technology and other things does so from a position of strength? I ask the question because traditionally our cultures have, as we have all been hearing here, looked down upon the girl child.
Thank you. I think in our environment we are seeing less and less of that discrimination, especially at school-going level. I don't know, I cannot say the same as people progress in life, in parliament, in promotion, but at the level at school, that discrimination is probably not as explicit as it was in the past.
Let me be more explicit, Your Excellency. I was trying to say that are girls exposed to the same skill set opportunities as the boys? I.e., can that girl who dreams of being an aeronautical engineer be able to do so at the same time that a boy child is able to do so? Because we have seen a situation where girls are not getting some of these opportunities.
I suspect they lack role models. It's because she does not have a role model. She has the perception that it is a man's skill, and that is something that needs to be addressed. I think a role model, even in the family, if you are a mechanic or a doctor and the mother is a nurse, the tendency is the boy child will want to be a doctor. So I think this is the attitude that we need to address almost directly. But in terms of financing at school, the opportunities should be the same.
I totally agree with Your Excellency. Thank you. Thank you. So we need to normalize it, that a girl child gets as much chance as the boy child. We need to make it an everyday thing. Thank you, sir, for your contribution. Let me move on. We have two excellencies remaining that we need to get to and get their views. May I invite His Excellency Hamza Abdi Bare, Prime Minister, Federal Republic of Somalia. Okay. Before you start, Your Excellency, I wanted to tell you that I personally have adopted Somalia as my country in terms of our coverage, because I know where Somalia is coming from. 1991, I was in Nairobi covering that war. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, brother. Esteemed heads of states and governments, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be amongst you today here as we discussed a question that is important to our future of our continent. Are we ready to invest in the education and productivity of African youth? The answer I have been contemplating is we have no choice but to be ready. In the case of Somalia, although Somalia has established the right to education for all, millions of Somali children and youth lack of foundational skills in reading. Tackling learning poverty in Somalia is a complex challenge that is made worse by a number of issues. I consider the next 5 obstacles to be the most critical. First, I want to talk about the, some challenges that we are facing. Then, maybe later on, I come to the solutions that we are committed to undertake to fix these problems in our capacity. First obstacle is the pervasive conflict, insecurity, and the prolonged instability. Somalia has, as you know all, gone through some very challenging times in the past few decades. The ensuing instability has disturbed the functioning of schools and uprooted students and teachers. However, extremist groups such as Shabab significantly contribute to the learning poverty in Somalia. They frequently attack schools and education infrastructure. They target educational facilities, teachers, and students as part of their broader campaign to instill fear and exert control over people. Secondly is the limited infrastructure and resources. Infrastructure or is insufficient school buildings, limited access to basic facilities such as clean water, and absence of proper transportation for girls and the children in remote areas, and shortages in learning materials are all major bottlenecks. Third is a difficult in attracting and retaining quality teachers. Due to inadequate salaries and limited professional opportunities, teaching has become one of the least favorite professions in Somalia. If someone, for example, has a unique capacity or competent or unique skill, they would prefer to work in the UN or an international organizations where they would be paid 10 times the salary of teachers at the very least. Fourth, limited access to foundational education. Statistics indicate that only half of the children in Somalia are enrolled in primary school. This disparity is even worse in rural areas where only a third of children are enrolled in primary school. Socioeconomic factors such as poverty constitute the biggest factors stopping families from sending their children to school. And fifth, and perhaps the most impactful factor, is climate change. And climate change is the key factor in the disruption of educational infrastructure. It is also the leading cause of forced displacement and immigration, reduced livelihood opportunities, poor health and sanitation, and increased water and food insecurity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and for introducing, I think, a subject matter that is all around us, that all of us, wherever we are, which part of the continent we're coming from, is certainly one that we talk about every single day. By the way, the issue around no one wanting to be in teaching isn't unique to you. Across the continent, teaching is no longer the revered profession it used to be, because teachers are not, may I say, well paid. It's not paying anymore. And people who are passionate about teaching have been forced to leave the profession and move on to others. It's something that we should reflect on and find a way of glorifying so we can get our teachers back into the profession. Your Excellency, I wanted to follow up one more question for you, and this is around the challenge of tackling learning poverty. I think we heard the figures. They are terrible figures. We are all to blame on the African continent. I wanted to know what you are doing to tackle that learning poverty.
Thank you very much. As you all may be aware, the government of Somalia has undertaken a comprehensive campaign this past year to eradicate extremist elements across the country, to bring the peace first. And you can only imagine the strain these activities would place on our national spending. However, despite the fiscal strains and limited resource, we have demonstrated our committed to expanding access to education and tackling learning poverty by taking specific policy actions and investing in the solutions to address the bottlenecks and challenges facing the educational ecosystem in Somalia. Firstly, we began by investing in skilled teachers. This past year, we have competitively recruited 3,000 teachers, increasing the number of teachers in the government payroll by more than 300%. Secondly, we aimed to address the challenge of access to quality education by allocating resources to build or rehabilitate schools. Third, we aimed to address socioeconomic disparity by providing school guarantees and ensuring that no child is left behind. The small investment we are making today will allow education to be the catalyst for lasting peace, prosperity, and unity in Somalia. With our collective, as Africans, with our collective efforts, we can foster an enabling environment for Africa's youth to unleash the untapped potential of our rich continent. I would like to conclude and to express Somalia's deep commitment to investing in its people, and I am pleased to announce that Somalia is joining the Human Capital Project Country Network as the 89th member. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for anticipating my last question as well. You have already declared the commitment. I'm coming back to Your Excellencies to come for my one commitment from you as we close. If I can come to you, Prime Minister Dlamini, your one commitment to us here listening today about what you're doing to advance our goal of ensuring that we realize the demographic dividend. Just one.
I think the main thing that we need to do is to invest improve the quality rather than the quantity of education. I just mentioned a few things there, laboratories, libraries in the schools, and of course the basics, electricity and all. If we can just invest in those infrastructural things, maybe we can improve the quality and not the quantity of education.
You're committing to improving the quality of education. Thank you, Your Excellency. Madam Talata? Your Excellency, Talata, your one commitment to the summit in terms of what you're going to do to push so that we're able to realize the demographic dividend. It looks like it still works, yes.
Au niveau de notre pays, le Bénin, je l'ai dit tantôt, notre objectif, c'est de nous rendre visibles et d'inverser les tendances. Nos jeunes ont coutume de traverser des pays, de traverser des océans pour aller chercher les meilleures formations, les meilleurs emplois à l'extérieur. Plus de jeunes Espagnols traversent la mer pour aller chercher donc de l'emploi au Maroc. Nous voulons faire de notre pays un pôle d'excellence en ce qui concerne la qualité, en créant une cité internationale de l'innovation et du savoir qui offre un cadre d'accueil à des institutions de formation africaines et internationales.
Yeah.
C'est notre objectif.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you. If I can come to you. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Sorry. Thank you very much for your commitment to the youth. We appreciate it. Your Excellency, President Hassan.
Kwa upande wa Tanzania tuna commit kuendelea kuwekeza kwa watoto na vijana ili kujenga taifa lililo bora, na commitment yetu haitaishia ndani ya taifa lakini hata kwenye program zetu za kikanda, regional programs. Tutahakikisha tunawekeza ili tusome kwa wengine na wengine wa nchi jirani wasome kwetu kwa maendeleo ya bara letu. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency. I'd like to apologize to His Excellency.
Can I say the last word?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the last word is to the fellow African heads of state and government.
Yes.
There was a philosopher who said, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance.
Sure.
So ignorance is what has landed us here.
Yeah.
So let's now invest in education.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. I would like to acknowledge His Excellency Demeke Mekonnen, Deputy Prime Minister, Federal Republic, Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. First, sorry, sir, for forgetting about you. I was getting so excited with the stories I was hearing. I was coming to the commitments and I wanted to get the commitments so I could have my lunch, but my apologies, sir. Can I invite you to reflect on the summit themes, and then we'll come to the very specific issue we'd like to discuss with you about Ethiopia. I'm hoping it's working.
Yeah.
It's alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Godfrey. First, I would like to express my profound appreciation to the government of the United Republic of Tanzania for hosting this summit successfully. And I also thank the World Bank for organizing this timely summit in collaboration with the government of Tanzania. Perhaps in my country, during the last 2 years, during the challenging times, the World Bank was with us. So you really deserve to be recognized and appreciated on such critical interventions and support. It is, to me, it is high time to invest in people. I really appreciate the motto. It is high time and very timely for us. Human capital development is the entry point to sustain development and to address inclusive agenda as a whole in Africa. As a rising continent, we have to focus and we have to invest on human development areas. Today, Ethiopia, human capital development is our areas of focus agenda, and we try to align this agenda with our 10 years development plan and cascaded to different implementing bodies in this regard. At the few pillar agendas on us. The issue of access. Today we are managing about 30 million students from pre-primary to tertiary education program. 30 million. From this, we're also 5.2 million students are benefiting from school feeding programs, especially in drought-affected areas, in remote and in the pastoralist areas, and in other pocket areas. The school feeding program is really very important issue for kids, especially for girls, for access and even for quality issues. The second one is the quality issue. To ensure the quality issue, we developed a package, a school development program, leadership program, curriculum development, and other necessary inputs around the one. This is really very important for successful learning outcomes and the like. The third one is about inclusive. Education should be inclusive in terms of gender, in terms of area, in terms of special needs and the like. This is very critical and important one, and we're working on that. And the other one is free. Education should be free, especially for primary and secondary schools. In our country, in Ethiopia today, from primary to secondary education, nearly 28 million students. The school service is free at all. This is really very challenging business and responsibility. Education is capital intensive. So to address and to sustain this, education needs a serious commitment and the stakeholders' mobilization around this agenda. The other is affordability. In tertiary education program, nearly 80% of the cost covered by government, around 10% covered by students. That is a reasonable and affordable cost-sharing mechanism at tertiary education level. Generally, when you talk about education, the learning outcome has to be prudent, and that should address the need of the economy, the need of the industry, and the relevance issue is very critical. Based on this, we're trying to assure quality and sustainable relevance programs across the country. My final point on this part is when you talk about human capital development, health, education, water, agriculture, all pro-poor sectors are very important. Our approach in terms of budget and leadership is we're focusing on poverty-oriented sectors. For example, 60% of our budget allocated to pro-poor sectors, to education, to health, to water, agriculture, to ensure nutrition, food security programs, and others. And again, in education, 22% of our annual budget allocated to education, and nearly 14% of our budget allocated to health program. Our plan in the upcoming times, especially by 2030, to increase this 22% to 24%, and now, from our GDP, 4% of our budget goes to education. This is very challenging and needs a serious effort to sustain this commitment. Generally, we're here, but with a serious challenge and serious crisis, and to sustain that and to keep the momentum, human development issue is a survival and existential issue to Africa and to my country, Ethiopia.
Thank you. Thank you. I hear the clear political commitment to ensuring that education is prioritized. But how are you doing it in this environment? Whereas we have been talking about everywhere, fiscal space is limited because the priorities that are competing for the money that you have are so many. How does education survive in that environment and get more so we do more?
Thank you. As I said it before, it is capital intensive and very challenging. But all education actors has to march together towards this agenda. Development partners, government, the community at the grassroots levels, private sectors, and other players together. Here, partners, development partners also. And then, here government, the political leaders has to play. As His Excellency the President said it in the previous panel, we have to play as a role model, the leaders, and again, mobilize the community and other partners. And then, we're trying to expand our revenue capacity to increase and to address towards these priority areas. But the major players here, the communities. The schools has to be owned as the grassroots level by the local community, the parents and other players together. All these efforts will reach to this trajectory to address this problem.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Would you have one final commitment for us? Yes? One final commitment that you commit to achieving?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Really, the issue of deliverables is very critical. Here, my commitment, number one, political commitment. Leaders has to be committed. We are committed for this. Second, allocating the proper resource and mobilizing all actors. And this program has to be owned by the communities and creating conducive environment to development partners and other actors. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. And thank you, Your Excellencies, for your patience, for your time, for your insights. Thank you again. And we resume the program. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellencies, a bigger round of applause to our distinguished presidents. Can we stand up as they take their seats? And let's continue to clap their hands. Kindly be seated. Thank you very much. So we are now going, before we break for lunch, we are going to have photos taken. This is a very high-level event to miss a photo moment. So I am going to announce the groups as follows. The first picture will be taken by the presidents. The 7 presidents who are present here will take the first picture. The second picture will be taken, led by the president of Zanzibar and the vice presidents, deputy prime ministers, the prime ministers that are present here will take the second picture. This will also include the Minister of Finance, who is also representing the President of the Union of Comoros and the chairs of the AU, the World Bank, Madam Victoria Kwaka and Madam Mamta Murthy will also be on this picture, as well as Mama Graka Machel, who is the Deputy Chair of the Elders. Thank you. Heads of delegation that are present here will take the third picture, to be followed by international and regional cooperation bodies representatives who are here. Honorable ministers will take the 5th picture, and the final picture will be for the Secretariat. May I now have the honor to invite back to the stage Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. May I also kindly, you'll use these stairs to come up and those stairs to go down. May I also invite His Excellency Philippe Jacinto Nyusi, President, Republic of Mozambique. May I invite His Excellency Andy Rajoelina, President, Republic of Madagascar. May I invite Dr. Lazarus Bakanthi, His Excellency, the President, Republic of Malawi. May I also invite His Excellency Carlos Manuel Villanova, President, Democratic, but not least, Dr. Julius Maada Bio, President, Republic of Sierra Leone. May I kindly, Your Excellencies, request you to please stand up? Thank you. The next pictures, you will all be seated. And if you can come together, yes, like that. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Kindly, you may sit now. As I invite to the stage His Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi. Kindly come to the stage. Your Excellency, please remain on the stage. Yes. 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 To be followed by His Excellency Hussein Albigabi Akoy Agani, Vice President, Republic of South Sudan. Welcome to the stage. May I also invite Her Excellency Mariam Chabi Talata, Vice President, Republic of Benin, to kindly come to the stage. May I also invite Your Excellency Jessica Rose Epel Alupo, Vice President, Republic of Uganda. Thank you so much. May I invite to the stage. May I invite to the stage Your Excellency Mutale Nalumango, Vice President, Republic of Zambia. Thank you very much. May I invite to the stage Cleopas Dlamini, Prime Minister, Kingdom of Eswatini. Thank you very much. May I invite to the stage Hamza Abdi Bare, Prime Minister, Federal Republic of Somalia. Welcome to the stage. May I invite to the stage Your Excellency Gervais Ndirakobuka, Prime Minister, Republic of Burundi. Please welcome to the stage. May I invite to the stage His Excellency, Your Excellency Demeke Mekonem, Deputy Prime Minister, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Thank you for coming. May I invite to the stage Your Excellency Olavo Avelino Garcia Correira, Deputy Prime Minister, Republic of Cape Verde. May I also invite to the stage Your Excellency Abdurrahman Abdulazak, Chair, Nigeria Governors Forum. Thank you. May I also invite to the stage Honorable Mohamed Chanfiu, Minister of Finance, representing the President of the Union of Comoros. Thank you so much, who is also the Chair of the AU. Madam Victoria from the World Bank, as well as Dr. Mamta Murthy from the World Bank. Thank you so much. Mama Graka Machel, we are honored to also have you on this picture. May I request heads of delegation to be set for the next picture after this picture. Karibu Mama. Asante sana, please use the stairs on your right hand. The presidents, please remain seated. The members at the back, kindly use the stairs on the right hand to exit the stage. As I invite through your right hand, the heads of delegation, kindly you will stand behind the presidents. Algeria, Angola, Botswana, Comoros, Djibouti, DR Congo, Egypt, Gabon, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Libya, Namibia, Nigeria, Rwanda, Seychelles, South Africa, Togo, Tunisia, and Zimbabwe. As the heads of delegation come to the stage, Liberia. As the heads of delegation mount the stage, may I request the international and regional cooperation to please be prepared, to be followed by all the ministers present here. Thank you very much. Let's exit the stage as I invite all those representing regional and international organizations present to please come to the stage. The next picture will be for all the ministers present. But for now, international and regional bodies that are present here. Secretariat will take the final picture, which will be after the ministers. So for now, regional and international cooperation bodies that are represented. Karibu. May I also request Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners present to please join on this picture. Excellency Ambassadors and High Commissioners present to kindly join on this picture. The next picture will be of all the ministers present, and the final picture will be Secretariat. Can we give a room for the Ambassadors and High Commissioners to kindly pass? Thank you. Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, kindly for the next pictures. Honorable Ministers, you will take the next picture. As they come, I would like to pass them an important announcement that the presidents, the VVIPs, will be led by Chief of Protocol for lunch, but this will also include foreign ministers and heads of delegation. Other ministers and diplomatic corps will have lunch on the 3rd floor, Kilimanjaro Hall. The rest of us, we shall take our lunch at the tent, at the marquees outside. Can we, as on my left, can we come through this side? As I allow the ministers now, request the ministers to come through to the stage through the stairs and stand at the back. Please, if you can move slightly this side. Honorable Ministers, there's more space on this side, kindly. Thank you very much. And the final picture is the Secretariat. The Secretariat. Excellencies, the next picture is taken by those who organized this summit. And as they come, may I request the Secretariat to please come to the stage for the final picture. And as you come to the stage, I would like to read this special message. I would like to acknowledge the exceptional work of the many people who contributed to making today such a successful and impactful event. The joint teams of officials from the government of Tanzania and the World Bank have been working tirelessly over the past months. Please join me in recognizing their hard work, their teamwork, and their exceptional efforts. I would also like to recognize the generous support of our sponsors for this event, including the Gates Foundation, the MasterCard Foundation, the Early Learning Partnership, and the Government of Korea, and the Global Financing Facility. Thank you all. Can we put our hands together for this team that has made this event a great success? Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together once again for the committee for the wonderful work? Thank you very much. Excellencies, may I now request you to proceed for lunch through this door. Karibuni sana, enjoy your lunch. Ministers will go to the third floor, permanent secretaries and other VIPs to the third floor, Kilimanjaro Hall, and the rest of us to the marquee. Thank you so much. Lunch break is 1 hour, so please let's resume at 3:15, 3:15. Thank you.
external debt, while 4.366 was
découvrir pour ce sommet, parce que il s'agit de débattre et de trouver une solution durable sur le capital humain. Comme vous le savez, le continent africain, nous sommes le berceau de la croissance de demain, car nous avons des atouts majeurs, car nous représentons un quart de la population planétaire qui sont des jeunes actuellement. Maintenant, pour pouvoir proposer une solution, il faut tout d'abord faire un bilan et regarder le problématique. C'est-à-dire, quand on parle de capital humain, il faudrait que l'État, que chaque leader puisse proposer, mais bien évidemment, apporter des solutions pour pouvoir que chaque citoyen devrait être utile au sein de sa d'abord, il n'y a pas d'égalité tant qu'il n'y a pas d'égalité à l'accès à l'éducation, à la santé et à l'emploi. C'est pour cette raison que, à Madagascar, durant les 4 ans et demi que je suis à la tête du pays en tant que président de la santé et à l'emploi. C'est pour cette raison que, à Madagascar, durant les 4 ans et demi que je suis à la tête du pays en tant que président de Madagascar, nous avons construit 4178 salles de classe pour scolariser plus de 200 000 écoliers et étudiants. C'est vraiment un défi énorme pour notre pays et peut-être même sur le continent africain. En moins de 4 ans et demi, ça c'est dans le domaine de l'éducation. Pour en terminer sur ce domaine, vous savez, étudier avec des fascicules et des livres, c'est déjà difficile. Et comment pouvons-nous éduquer nos enfants sans livres et sans fascicules? C'est pour cette raison que nous avons distribué plus de 11 millions de livres et de fascicules en seulement 4 ans et demi. C'est très important. Donc ça, c'est dans le domaine de l'éducation. Dans le domaine de la santé, le continent africain, mais aussi Madagascar, nous avons accumulé beaucoup de retard, puisque la population ne cesse d'augmenter, mais les infrastructures tardent à se développer. C'est pour cette raison que depuis donc 1960, le retour de l'indépendance de Madagascar, jusqu'en 2019, où j'étais élu président de la République de Madagascar, il y avait eu 15 hôpitaux pour 25 millions d'habitants, 15 hôpitaux de référence sur toute l'île, pendant de 1960 jusqu'en 2019. Et personnellement, on a lancé le défi, nous avons construit 28 hôpitaux en seulement 4 ans et demi. Donc voilà ce que je disais, qu'il faudrait accompagner les jeunes, les adultes, et il faudrait renforcer la présence de l'État. La présence de l'État, c'est la construction d'infrastructures proches de la population, dont la population, ils en ont besoin. Et pour en conclure là-dessus, il y avait eu un concours qui a été lancé par l'organisation de la BAD, le trophée Ndiaye. Et donc il y avait eu 4 pays qui ont été sélectionnés. Et par rapport aux infrastructures que nous avons bâties et construites sur tout le territoire, Madagascar a eu le trophée du grand bâtisseur en Afrique. Donc ça marque notre volonté de changer les choses. Maintenant, pour en revenir à votre question, comment on peut accompagner la jeunesse à transformer notre continent et nos pays respectifs? Aujourd'hui, la jeunesse, c'est notre richesse. Je disais toujours quand je fais un discours qu'il y a des armes beaucoup plus puissantes que les bombes et les missiles pour transformer et développer notre pays. C'est notre terre, nous sommes riches, nous avons des terres arables, mais aussi notre jeunesse. C'est avec ces deux éléments que nous pouvons transformer nos pays respectifs. C'est pour cette raison qu'il faudrait investir énormément sur la jeunesse, en les formant. Mais bien évidemment, comme je le disais tout à l'heure, il faudrait que chaque citoyen, chaque jeune, puisse être utile au sein de sa famille, au sein de sa communauté, mais bien évidemment au sein de son pays. Donc, il y a beaucoup de jeunes aujourd'hui qui se livrent à eux-mêmes. Ils n'ont plus de repères. Et c'est le devoir de chaque leader de les accompagner en investissant massivement dans la formation professionnelle, en accompagnant bien évidemment chaque secteur d'activité, que ce soit l'agriculture, que ce soit la nouvelle technologie, pour transformer bien évidemment notre pays. Je vous remercie.
Phenomenal work, Your Excellency. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. So, as you note, you have almost doubled the number of hospitals inside 4.5 years, and yet you still are not where you want to be, because we know the constraints that we face. And one of the questions that we have here is, how do we galvanize the power of the other partner that we have, which is the private sector, to become more involved in building this infrastructure, in skilling the young people that we're talking about, so they're able to play a more meaningful role?
Premièrement, quand les jeunes ils seront formés, il faut créer de l'emploi. Pour créer de l'emploi, il faut créer des opportunités. C'est pour cette raison que l'État seul ne pourra pas transformer un pays. Mais c'est pour cette raison qu'il faut donc industrialiser chaque pays. Et nous, notre défi pour Madagascar, c'est que il faudrait produire et transformer localement tout ce dont la population ils en ont besoin. Dans le domaine de l'industrie, dans le domaine de l'agriculture également. Donc pour ce faire, il faut des mesures incitatives pour industrialiser le pays. C'est pour cette raison que, vous savez, nous avons plusieurs programmes dans notre pays actuellement pour aider les jeunes à être autonomes. Nous avons mis un programme qui s'appelle FIARIN. C'est un financement pour aider les jeunes à entreprendre dans plusieurs filières et dans plusieurs domaines. Donc c'est un fonds de démarrage qui a créé maintenant plus de 20 000 emplois. Donc c'est ce qu'il faut, premièrement. Mais surtout, vous savez, quand je disais tout à l'heure, à Madagascar, il y a 70 000 bacheliers chaque année, mais seulement 50% qui peuvent poursuivre leurs études pour manque d'infrastructures ou manque également de moyens. Et donc chaque année, il y a au minimum 35 000 jeunes qui se versent directement au chômage. Et c'est pour cette raison qu'il faut un programme, il faut un accompagnement. Et d'ailleurs, c'est pour cette raison que je tiens à remercier la Banque mondiale. Nous avons plusieurs programmes pour soutenir et dans le secteur privé, mais soutenir aussi tout ce qui est programme en ce qui concerne le capital humain à Madagascar.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. May I call upon His Excellency, President William Ruto from the Republic of Kenya, for your contribution, sir, on the topic at hand. And of course, again, always remembering that our core goal is to ensure that we are able to turn the asset that we have in our young people into the dividend that we all want to see.
Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to thank my sister, the President of Tanzania, Dr. Samia Suluhu, for hosting this very important meeting and for inviting me to participate. This is a very important subject that we are discussing here, linking the nexus between economic growth and the young people of our continent. That is the nexus that is going to define our continent going into the future. For a very long time, our continent has been defined by others in the context of being a continent of problems, disease, poverty, conflict, ignorance. We are defining our continent ourselves afresh, that this is a continent of great potential. This is a continent of immense possibilities. Why do I say so? 60% of all renewable energy globally is in the African continent. 2/3 of the world's uncultivated arable land is in the African continent. 40% of all critical mineral resources is in the African continent. And Africa is the youngest continent with innovative, creative young people. Those 4 items define our continent at the moment. And we are discussing in this summit the most important of the 4, the young people of our continent. Human capital is the asset that this continent has. And therefore, we must do whatever it takes to invest, to sharpen, to prepare this asset that is our young people. And it is the reason why we're saying the young people are going to define what becomes of this continent and what becomes of the globe. In any case, all of us know the statistics. By 2050, a quarter of the world's population will be living here. And most of them, 70%, will be young people. And therefore, we must make every effort to invest in these young people. And the first investment that we must invest in is education, making sure that there is affordable, relevant, and accessible education. In Kenya, for example, over the last 1 year, because it is not just important that we have 100% transition, it is not important, it's not only important that we have compulsory primary education, but we must keep the retention in school, and we must make sure that the education is of the right quality. It is the reason why we are doing a couple of things. Number one, and I'm very encouraged to hear colleagues from different countries speak about school feeding program. for young people in early childhood, in primary. In Kenya, this year, we are scaling up school feeding from 1 million kids to 4 million children in school will have a meal every year, every day. Number two, to improve learning, the quality of learning, we've hired 55,000 teachers in the last 8 months. Our intention is to make sure that we increase the teacher-student ratio to make sure that effective learning is going on in our schools. And number three, this year, our budget has moved to 29.5%. 29.5% of our budget goes to education. I am very encouraged that I hear colleagues, everybody is pushing from 20 to 22, I've had 25. We are at 29.5, and the reason is because this is the most important asset. Both in tertiary education, we are increasing the numbers of tutors. This year, we have doubled the budget for university education because we need more focus on the STEM aspects. And let me say this, that apart from investing in education as a way of equipping our young people, two other things are very important. Health is very important. And it is the reason why in Kenya we are scaling up promotive and preventive health and taking it to the bottom of the pyramid. Every 100 households in Kenya from this year will have a community health worker. Meaning that together with our county governments, we will have 100,000 community health workers paid by the government of Kenya in conjunction with counties to make sure that health is accessible and we shift from curative to much more promotive and preventive health. It is also important that we begin the journey for health commodities to be available locally. And that is why we are providing incentives for local manufacture of an array of medical products. And finally, on the subject of youth, it is not just important for us to provide education and to make sure that we have healthy young people. We must think through. For a very long time, we haven't thought clearly about what happens to these youngsters when they come out of college, when they come out of school, when they come out of university. What we have done in Kenya this year, intentionally and deliberately, we have a deliberate program on creating jobs. We have a housing plan that will create 1 million jobs every year. We have a whole agro-processing value addition manufacturing plan that's supposed to create 500,000 jobs. Deliberate. We have a whole ecosystem around technology, e-jobs. How do we create BPOs? How do we create employment in the digital space? We are focusing intentionally and deliberately creating opportunities for young people to, it's not enough to say that, when these young people come out of college or university, they will be self-employed. We have to be deliberate. And finally, to make it possible for them not only to access opportunities for employment, but also opportunities for jobs. And that is why we are extending affordable credit. In fact, in the last 6 months, we launched what we call a hustler fund for MSMEs. We have 15 million people borrowing money from the hustler fund. 7 million regular customers. We have lent 32 billion Kenya shillings. That is about $30 million in the last 6 months. And now we're scaling up for phase 2 so that we can leverage on the talent, the energy, the knowledge of the young people, not just to drive our economy, but to drive enterprise and also to expand opportunity, not just for themselves, but for the bigger society in our economy. There is nothing as powerful as an educated, empowered young person with opportunity. The sky is the limit, as they say.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I am taking away the multiplicity of the words deliberate that you are undertaking, interventions that are deliberately targeted in order to achieve certain results. Thank you. Nothing happens without deliberateness. So the next question then is tied to the Hustler Fund to an extent. And I think it goes to what one of the Deputy Prime Ministers spoke about earlier. Our people are hustlers. And we have seen it when they go away from our shores, those that have made it in the US, in Europe, etc., running those enterprises. But the question he posed was, how do we keep them at home? Your Excellency, I'm posing the same question to you.
I would not entirely agree that we should keep everybody at home. I mean, we live in a global village. I mean, if there are opportunities in America and we have young people who can explore those opportunities, why not? Or in Europe, or in other places. That's fine with me. But they must not run away because we have failed to provide opportunity at home. And that is why I am saying we must be deliberate. We must be intentional about creating opportunities for young people in our economies. You know, the problem we always have is that there is an assumption that somehow, after a young person gets out of school or college or with a university degree, they will somehow figure out some opportunity, or somehow the economy will create some jobs. I promise you, I have been in this space for a while now. Opportunities are deliberately created. Otherwise, they will not be there. Let me explain to you. Today in Kenya, we have made a deliberate policy intervention to say there will be a housing tax of 1.5% out of my salary, because we have 6, which opportunity will create jobs for our young people. So we sort out 2 problems. We create jobs using the housing plan, and we give houses to those living in informal settlements. So we turn a challenge into an opportunity. Number 2, we are deliberate about making sure that because we can manufacture furniture locally. We have 500,000 young people getting out of our TVETs. If we don't have a policy intervention that says furniture is manufactured locally by our young people, we will continue to import furniture from all manner of. Furniture is manufactured locally by our young people. We will continue to import furniture from all manner of places, and our young people are idle. So that's why I'm saying we must be deliberate about creating jobs locally. That is how we are going to stop our young people from getting into boats, endangering their lives, going into all manner of places, and ending up in petrol stations as petrol station attendants with degrees in their pockets. Absolutely. It is a very big shame.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for your thoughts. May I call upon Her Excellency Jessica Rose Epel Alupo, Vice President, Republic of Uganda. Ma'am, it's the same structure. Your opening remarks in terms of the subjects that we are addressing, how do we get the private sector, the young people active within our economies, and then we move on and I ask a specific question out of you in terms of what you're doing in Uganda.
Thank you very much. Allow me also to extend my appreciation and that of my delegation to Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and all the people of Tanzania for successfully hosting this very important summit, but also for according me and my delegation the warm reception from the time we arrived here last night. I would like also to associate myself with the so many presentations made in light of emphasizing the need for Africa to prioritize human resource development or human capital development. Against that background, allow me to share with you the three principles within which education is discharged in Uganda, including but not limited to the following. Including but not limited to the following: accessibility, relevance, and quality. I happen to have been a Minister of Education at one time, and in terms of accessibility, we have a good policy which highlights the fact that every parish must have a government primary school, every sub-county a government secondary school, every county a technical institution, and every region a higher institution of learning, for instance, a university. But you may wish to agree with me, because I know that many countries have that policy. You may wish to agree with me, Mr. Moderator, and the rest of the audience, that so far there are successes which have been achieved. I don't want to completely say that we have not achieved anything. In terms of literacy rates, we have had increased literacy rates. And in terms of having education accessible to the children, to the youth, to some extent, yes, because when you go to our country, you will really see that that policy is being pursued. But this conversation, of course, is not in vain, because it comes at a time when we, as Africa, are trying to fix those gray areas. Because I know, as much as you know, that even when we have a priority to have quality education, you get to a classroom and you find a teacher teaching 100 students, or 150 pupils, even sometimes under a big tree. And yet, at the same time, we have a policy that says there must be a ratio of 1 to 42, 1 teacher to 42 students. So I would like to go straight to what needs to be done. I think what needs to be done, first and foremost, many countries have done, like Uganda has done as well, to review the curriculum. The curriculum, which was aligned too much into white-collar jobs. A curriculum which was aligned too much into students dealing with theory and not practical way of life in the world of work. And in Uganda, under the review of the curriculum, we did align many modules to the practical conditions in the world of work, and also adopted the strong working relationship with the private sector, who are the biggest employer of the youth, and in light of requesting them also to open their doors for students to do apprenticeship and internship in their companies or their factories. So, having said that, we need now to make analysis on what we have gained in light of that reviewed curriculum, so that we can check whether we need to make further alignments on the curriculum, especially at lower secondary education. I'm talking about lower secondary education for the case of Uganda, because that's where we did align the curriculum to the issues of world of work. Secondly, we all know that vocational education and training is an area where, if well exploited, will provide opportunities to the youth to get jobs in the world of work. Because, for instance, for one engineer, he needs about 6 technicians to make his work useful. For one doctor, he needs about 3 nurses, someone like who has done anesthesia, middle-class category of educated people. And those middle category of educated people are found in these vocational and training institutions. But there is something that has of late come up again on vocational education institutions, which we in Uganda think that even when the vocational training institutions produce those middle-class category who are readily employable in the world of work, there should be a paradigm shift in those vocational education institutions, specifically targeting to address the following challenges. One of them is that there is negative attitude towards vocational education by the students themselves, thinking that those vocational institutions are for those students who are academically challenged. But also, there is also a negative attitude towards them, because students think that they are for those who are economically challenged. And also, their entry requirements are rigid. And more often than not, you find the youth have dropped out of school at some point, and yet, if given opportunity in those vocational education institutions, they can do very well and be very relevant in the world of work. And also, there is the issue of inaccessibility and the high cost, and also inflexible supply-driven curriculum. So for Uganda, we have decided to implement training in and training institutions. For instance, if in a vocational training institutions, someone to be certified to be a tailor should be able to make a necktie like yours, a jacket like yours, a coat, maybe also a trouser and a dress. So under informal training, there are youth who would like to do one item. They would like to do a shirt, for instance. Someone may have done a survey someplace in his area and discovered that there is a lot of demand on shirts alone. We have allowed that if that youth does that, they certify him that he has experience, he has the qualification on doing shirts. and it is shorter. And we have discovered that youth like to do short programs. And when they finish the short program, they want to be given a kit, and they go and start their expertise and immediately start earning. There is no one who wants to start earning immediately after finishing school like the youth. So I think we need to move in tandem with their interests, but guide them in a strategic manner. I think at the level of political level, the heads of state need on especially these vocational and training institutions and attracting the youth to join them. His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, has personally initiated a program on industrial hubs for the youth across the country, where he has piloted free programs for the youth under that approach of allowing them to choose what they would like to do in the vocational training institutions, and then they are taken through by qualified instructors, and the programs are free, and there are enormous requests of the youth across the country to join those vocational and training institutions. So that paradigm shift should be pursued by all governments so that vocational training institutions become practically useful to every youth, whether he dropped out of school at one point or he has formal education of whichever level. Finally, let me also mention the fact that the youth out there, many who are at school especially, still have a thinking that when they finish school, for instance, they will get a job as a commissioner in the ministry of this, they will get a job in the government as maybe a permanent secretary. But we have this a deliberate program on mindset change to especially align the thinking of the youth to where the jobs are as we speak. And we have identified 4 sectors where we are preaching day in, day out to the youth to interest themselves and get jobs from. One of them is commercial agriculture, which we are making attractive by mechanizing it, but also dealing with issues of uncertainties in terms of weather, prioritizing irrigation, and choosing for them very highly competitive and productive enterprises in the market, like dairy farming, fish farming, fruits, and so on and so forth. And the second one is interesting them to get jobs in industries, but that one needs the approach, a concerted approach of governments to ensure that we add value to all our raw materials so that we have these industries right in our countries. And for the case of Uganda, we have taken the direction of addressing the issue of value addition of everything that we produce, including coffee, tea, iron ore, minerals, oil and gas, so that we have the factories or industries that can provide the youth with the jobs. And the final one is, of course, ICT. Those are the 4 sectors. Commercial agriculture, ICT, industry, and services. So that's where we are preaching for our youth to find the jobs from. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
I was going to say, I've actually seen evidence of that, of Ugandan-made goods in South Africa, whereas before you would have this coffee that comes from strange places like Germany, strange places like in Europe where they do not have the coffee beans. But thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those thoughts. Before you go, one more question. Around the work that you are doing to ensure, as we have been discussing all morning, that the girl child is part and parcel of all of these initiatives that you outlined. If you can briefly just talk to that. try, let's see. Yes. If you can talk very briefly too, how you are including the girl child in all the work that you spoke about. Very quickly, yes.
The girl child in Uganda, we, like any other African country, have always prioritized the girl child, the empowerment of the girl child, right from conception. We take interest in both boy child and girl child by ensuring that all mothers attend antenatal care, immunization, but most importantly, the education of the girl child is emphasized on. And as you may wish to note, the girl child has more challenges in most cases than the boy child. And some of the challenges the girl child faces are early marriages, early pregnancies, child labor, dangerous cultural practices like FGM, and then the issue of adolescence, where they start having their monthly menstruation periods. So all those, we have developed policies to take care of them, and all those negative cultural practices have been outlawed. And also we promote the girl child in terms of leadership, giving them the opportunity to serve at the local council, at the village level, at the local council, at the sub-county, at the local council, at the district, and also in parliament. There is a special seat for the girl child. It is because of that special seat that I'm here. I contested under it. And also His Excellency the President, of course, is very, very passionate towards the upbringing of the girl children. That's how in his cabinet you have the Vice President here, and our Prime Minister is also a girl child.
Sure.
Our Speaker of Parliament is also a girl child. And the first Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda is also a girl child.
Yeah.
And when you come to Uganda, our boy children who are ministers are very happy about it.
Sure.
But that does not mean that we don't pay attention to a boy child. Because as educationists, they should always remember that if we draw a lot of attention on the girl children and forget about the boy child, there will be dire consequences. Because all these two must move in tandem. So there is also a lot of attention on the boy child in Uganda, but the girl child is as well attended to relatively and in a very good manner.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you. Her Excellency Jessica Rose Epelalupo, Vice President, Republic of Uganda. May I call upon His Excellency Mutale WK Nalumango, Vice President, Republic of Zambia. Ma'am, your opening thoughts on our subject matter at hand today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Moderator. Let me also start by congratulating Her Excellency, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and the people of Tanzania for hosting this very important summit on human capital. I would say human capital development. And I'm very, very happy. We are grateful to be part of this summit today, because there is a lot of learning that has taken place since we started this morning. We come here attaching a lot of importance to the issue of human capital. One would know that all activity of humanity is targeted at the humans, and therefore developing the human himself is very important. And for us in Zambia, we attach a lot of importance to human capital. It is within our plan, our vision 2030, that we have within the human capital development. We also have it in our national plan, the 5-year national plan. We also have it in the 4 pillars that we have in the social human development. So we look at this as very important, and maybe in trying to speak to this, I would generally say we are working hard to see that the human capital, particularly of the youth, is targeted. I will borrow the words of His Excellency Ruto, that deliberately targeted at the youth. But even before, moderator, I speak about targeting the youth, we also must realize that what kind of youth do we have currently? Where do they come from? And therefore, in my country, we started targeting life. We will talk of the full life cycle, because we start our programs looking at the pregnant mothers. How do we look after them? Because we do realize that if you start making programs for the youth only, and we are doing that, I'm not saying we are not doing that, we are looking at the youth, but we are also at the same time looking back to see that the child in the mother's womb starts developing properly. And this is the beginning of nutrition, because we have learned, even here this morning, that the nutrition component has a lot to do with the development of the person. And therefore, if we neglect that component and then we just jump on the youth when they are 16, we may be a little too late for the development of the full potential of the youth. We may have missed the opportunity. So we have programs that look at the mother, the pregnant mothers, under the ministry that we call community. They are looked after. Of course, everybody goes for antenatal and things like that, but we also help to provide even the food component to pregnant mothers that are vulnerable, so that the children that come out are strong. And we take nutrition very strongly, because even after they are born, we ensure to look after them. That is why we have school feeding program, because immediately after we have the program that looks after them as babies, then we go into school feeding program. And our education, which everybody has talked about, is very, very important. Education, very important to us. But we have now started from early child. I'm using now because for a while early child was kind of neglected. Children went to school at primary. But now we have compulsory, not compulsory, maybe too strong, but every child has a right to go to early learning schools. Teachers trained. And because of the importance that we attach to education, we also did employ, just last year, 30,000 new teachers, because we are talking of quality here. We have had education. But for my country, we also, Zambia, we also introduced free education 100% only in 2022. Previously, that was not there. So we have children now from early childhood education right through to secondary free education. This is good, but it has brought a challenge. And we are also working on the challenge, because even those that have dropped out of school are going back. If they dropped out of school because of lack of capacity to pay, they have gone back to school. That means pressure now. There is pressure for space. We are working on that. There is pressure even for sitting arrangement, desks in classrooms. But knowing that we have introduced this, we also must give quality. So we are working on ensuring through what is called CDF. I know other countries have Constituency Development Fund, which we have increased, from 1.6 million of our kwacha to 28 million of our kwacha. That means the constituents fund is helping to develop now those, constituencies, including under there, we have given direction that there has to be desks so that children don't squat on the ground. That's another discouraging thing to children, going to sit on the floor, but we have said this should be out. Children should be able to find desks. But we also have said we need water. Water and sanitation is another challenge. But we are working on ensuring that schools have water and also flushable toilets, because this is discouraging not only to pupils but also to teachers that may have been brought up in urban areas and they have no idea of, going to squat in these pit latrines. And therefore, water and sanitation is another program that we have embarked on in all schools. That is the vision we have. We want to do that, and we are sure that we are going to do that.
Sure.
Improving on education. In improving on education, we are not just ending at primary. We are doing a lot of skills training. Zambia has many trained people, and we have government universities, but we also have private sector universities, which are more in number than we have now. So we have those. In government, we also give bursary to the poor. It was out before. The previous government got rid of that for lack of resources. But like everybody has said here, resources should not be what determines what you do all the time. It's the priority, the importance that you attach to a situation. So we attach great importance to this, and therefore, even in universities, we are able to give bursary, not to everybody, but those that are unable to.
I hear you.
So we are working on those things so that we can improve education. In education, let me bring out this point that we are also, particularly at tertiary university, we are bringing in private sector participation in the development of the curriculum. We are bringing them on board in the development of the curriculum, because a lot of times what you see is training, general training. And when they go to the work space, there isn't a job, and they start demanding that we need experience. Sometimes our youth, our young people lose out. So we bring on board the private sector to be part of the development of the curriculum to give education that is relevant, training that is relevant to the workplace. So we have brought them on board, and we work with them. And we also are addressing the mismatch. I think it was spoken about, the mismatch of the training and the actual workplace.
Absolutely.
We are working on that by bringing, retraining the youth that have been trained generally so that they have the apprenticeship. So that they are able to be ready for the workplace.
I hear you.
Thank
you very much, Your Excellency. I get your point. And I wanted to say, I think one common theme that's coming back for me, thank you, is this whole issue around compulsory education. I don't know whether we should actually be discussing it or we should simply say, let education be compulsory. Because that child who has not gone to school is going to be a misfit, precisely speaking to the point that you are raising. Thank you, Your Excellency. If I may move quickly, I've been told I've got less time than I was given at the beginning. So I need to take some sort of quick steps, if you will allow me, and call upon His Excellency Abdelabaji Akoya Ghani, Vice President, Republic of South Sudan. Say your opening thoughts very quickly to our matter at hand, and then I would like also to then ask you something specific to South Uganda that I saw yesterday.
South Sudan?
Yes, South Sudan, our youngest nation.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First and foremost, I would like to greet Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of United Republic of Tanzania, Excellency Head of States and Government present, Excellency Head of Delegations, members of diplomatic corps, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to greet you in the name of my President of the Republic of South Sudan, Salva Kiir Mayardit, and also let me thank me and my delegation thank the President of the United Republic of Tanzania for hosting this important summit on human capital. In the beginning, I have to ask a question: where South Sudan come from, and what type of youth that we have in South Sudan? To answer, South Sudan have a long history of struggle from 1955 to 72, and then again from 83 to 2005, against 2013 until 2018 is a time of war, destructive war for South Sudan. And this gave us a big vacuum of the problems facing South Sudanese, including the type of youth that we have now. The youth we have, they came out from war. They don't have any scale of everything. Besides that, they don't know how to fight. And for this reason, we in South Sudan, first, we appreciate the theme of this summit, accelerating Africa economics growth, boosting youth productivity, improving learning skill and productivity of youth. This theme is in line with Agenda 2063, to which South Sudan subscribes to by the virtue of its membership. As reflected, the objective of the summit, indeed, we need to bring high level of attention to importance of investing in people as a core driver of product. Human capital is a key determinant of economic development and wealth. The new generation of workers are facing an increased demand for a higher level of human capital, including advanced cognitive and social behavioral skills. As a nature of work evolve in response to rapid technology change, investing properly in human capital is considered not only desirable, but also necessary to pursuit of economic prosperity. Notwithstanding, our collective resolve and determination is sharing information and the best practices shall no doubt to enable us achieve the goal of this summit. South Sudan education system comprises of 8 years primary education, followed by 4 years secondary, and 6 years to higher education. 4 years of secondary education cannot be in general, can be in general education school or technical and vocational education and training centers. Teachers in training institute program and technical education at development level are included under the general education. In addition of the formal education system, the Ministry of General Education put in place alternative education system. Under this system, accelerating learning programs absorb most of the students, accounting for 85%, targeting learners aged 12 to 18 years old. Many others are also joined in program as a route to become literate and educated. on youth is clear, as they represent majority of population, with the average South Sudanese being 17 years old. With youth being the majority, it leaves a scale force vacuum in the country. In fact, South Sudan is forced to import a skilled workforce from neighboring countries, mainly Kenya, Uganda, and even Tanzania, and elsewhere, especially in extra-active oil and mining industries and hospitality. South Sudan believes in free movement of goods and people across the African continent as per Agenda 2063.
Sure.
While there is a bigger number of youth who are employed, low skills and minimal option, it is threatening to disrupt the social and political and security landscape of the country, in which effect will have negative impact on government as well as private sector in the country.
Sure.
The government has a key policy and strategy framework that are guiding the programming in skill development, policies that promote the importance of Tibet with Minister of Labor, focusing on vocational training or skill development training.
Sure.
Early this year, South Sudan, through presidential directives, has announced a free primary and secondary school policy. As a result, there is a record of high 10 out of students to school, especially girls. By the way, we have out of 10 states, where 3 states of South Sudan have more than the more girls in school more than boys. They are 80% more than boys. The average of the girls in the school in 3 states of South Sudan. After we announce the free education and we encourage and we make awareness with our communities, they allow their girls to come to school. Now, 3 states out of 10, we have 80% of the girls out of total students are girls.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story of the youngest nation in Africa. Thank you, Your Excellency. The story of South Sudan. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you. Your Excellencies, I wanted to remind you to think about the one project you're going to commit here while I take on the last of our speeches from His Excellency Gervais Ndirakobuka, Prime Minister of the Republic of Burundi. Your Excellency, it's your turn.
Merci, Monsieur le Modérateur. D'abord, je commence à me joindre à d'autres intervenants pour remercier Son Excellence, Madame la Présidente de la République unie de Tanzanie et de son gouvernement pour l'accueil et l'hospitalité qui ont été réservés à notre délégation ainsi que la logistique qui nous a été donnée. Pour la question comment accompagner notre jeunesse à transformer nos pays et par conséquent notre continent. En peu de mots, je pense qu'il faut investir dans cette jeunesse. Il faut investir dans cette jeunesse. Pour investir dans cette jeunesse, mon pays, le Burundi, a fait beaucoup d'efforts dans ce sens. C'est dans les domaines suivants où le Burundi a mis en place un système de gratuité des soins de santé des mères à l'accouchement. Ce système a fait que le Burundi, le taux de mortalité des mères et des enfants ont sensiblement diminué. Le deuxième programme, c'est la continuité des soins des enfants, des soins de santé des enfants de moins de 5 ans. Tous les enfants qui ont moins de 5 sont soignés gratuitement. Le troisième programme, c'est la gratuité des frais de scolarité, tout le cycle primaire et le système de pré-bourse pour les lauréats de l'examen d'État ayant reçu plus de points. Le quatrième programme, c'est le programme de cantine scolaire des enfants à l'école primaire et fondamentale. Ce programme a fait que les élèves qui abandonnaient les écoles ont sensiblement diminué parce que, étant à l'école, ils sont nourris et accompagnés. Et puis, le Burundi a fait également des efforts en construisant des écoles sur toutes les collines du pays pour diminuer la distance que les enfants traversent pour aller à l'école. Maintenant, le Burundi est en train de construire des hôpitaux au niveau de chaque commune. Un autre programme qui est en vigueur aujourd'hui, qui est en train d'être fait, c'est assurer l'adéquation, formation et emploi par la mise en place d'un programme d'autonomisation et de formation professionnelle pour les jeunes et les femmes. Le Burundi a mis en place également une banque de jeunes et une banque de femmes et a constaté que la grande partie de la population est composée de jeunes et de femmes. Il a mis en place une banque de femmes et une banque de jeunes. Pour faciliter l'octroi des crédits, il a mis en place également un fonds d'impulsion qui aide les jeunes et les femmes à avoir des crédits facilement. Parce que le fonds d'impulsion, c'est ce fonds qui garantit les projets des jeunes et des femmes. Je vais parler à large. Nous avons aussi un programme. Ce programme d'autonomisation économique et d'emploi des jeunes. C'est un programme qui a fait que a pu renforcer les capacités de plus de 90 000 jeunes diplômés dans les domaines divers, à savoir élevage, agriculture, photographie, couture, transformation agroalimentaire, maçonnerie, soudure, etc. Ce programme a fait qu'il y a eu création de 46 000 emplois pour les jeunes et les femmes. Et ce programme a accordé à 3 000 jeunes et femmes en leur donnant des stages de premier emploi. Le Burundi est satisfait aujourd'hui avec ce programme. C'est pourquoi je voudrais prendre cette occasion pour remercier la Banque mondiale qui accompagne le Burundi dans ce programme de la Banque de femmes, la Banque des jeunes, mais également au niveau du paillage et au niveau du fonds d'impulsion pour aider les femmes et les jeunes à avoir à être accompagnés, à accompagner les femmes et les jeunes dans leurs projets qu'ils déposent au niveau de la Banque des jeunes et au niveau de la Banque des femmes. Voilà ce que le Burundi est en train de faire au niveau de la capitalisation du capital humain. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. So you see, the man who was hovering me is putting pressure on me. You're running out of time, or running out of time. And I say, thank you very much, sir. We are indeed running out of time. But I must ask you for one commitment from each of you very quickly so we go through the line. Your Excellency, I'm starting with you with Burundi. One commitment that you're pledging here for the summit to advance the role of children and women.
L'engagement que je peux prendre, c'est d'encourager et soutenir les initiatives privées des jeunes entrepreneuriales pour créer les opportunités pour créer les opportunités, ce qui a fait que même son Excellence le Président de la République a été nommé champion des jeunes en Afrique. La deuxième que je peux prendre, c'est asseoir la bonne gouvernance pour donner l'espoir aux jeunes en favorisant la compétition et la compétence.
Thank you,
Je
sir.
vous remercie.
Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, let's move on to South Sudan. Very quickly, if you can. Just
Yes.
one idea. So
Yes.
the World Bank can go back to Washington and say, this is what we got.
As a
This is
government,
what they committed.
we skill up our youth and promote their employability. We have to provide access to quality education that empowers youth, not only with the technical and vocational, but also a core of employability scale. Number two, the provision of competency-based market link, vocational skill training, hospitality, hairdressing, solar and electrical installation and plumbing, and other entrepreneurial businesses. Provide provision of career guidance, counseling and placement services for vocational skill graduates. Finally, there is a need also for multi-dimensional approach involving investment in education, healthcare, job creation, and social policies that promote inclusivity and equal opportunities. In addition, Africa needs to unlock the potential of her people by driving sustainable economic growth and improving the overall being of the citizens.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Zambia?
Thank you, moderator. For us as Zambia...
I'm so sorry to hurry you.
I see. Yeah, our commitment as Zambia is to enhance youth empowerment schemes through providing access to affordable financing for the youth so that they do not just wait for white-collar jobs, they can also go into entrepreneurship.
Absolutely. Your Excellency, President Ruto.
Thank you very much. I think I said it already, to situate the place of human capital development at the center of any meaningful human progress, and to ensure that we continue to invest in education, in health, and in also creating opportunities for our young people. That will be front and center of investments going forward.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. President Rajoelina.
Oui, merci. Investir dans le capital humain, c'est investir pour l'avenir et le développement, surtout envers la jeunesse et les enfants. Donc Madagascar s'engage à investir massivement dans le capital humain, surtout à travers la jeunesse et les enfants, pour rattraper le retard de développement. Et pour en conclure, il faut qu'on change de paradigme, il faut qu'on change en fait l'histoire du continent africain. L'Afrique ne doit plus être l'image de la pauvreté et des problèmes. L'Afrique peut et doit être une solution et l'avenir du monde. Je vous remercie.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Madam.
Thank you. There is evidence that strong economies have a very low youth unemployment rate, but weak economies have a very high youth unemployment rate. A clear demonstration that we must invest in our youth. Therefore, I would like to pledge on behalf of my government that we shall continue investing in the human capital development of Uganda, especially of the youth, to enable them acquire relevant skills in the world of work so that they enter the job market and turn around the economy. But also that, having said that, there is something which I skipped, I wanted to say, that even when we are addressing the issue of the unemployment of the youth in order to stimulate our economies, we should not forget the other drivers of
Absolutely.
which are well known to all of us.
Absolutely.
And then we have to also classify this youth. There are those who are out of school, there are those who are in school, there are those who have a skill, there are those who do not have any skill, so that we divide on a case-by-case matter, addressing the specific category of the youth. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And a big thank you to my panelists. Please, one more round of applause for them. I am taking away out of this deliberate policies targeted to improve the condition of our women and our children, investing in their future. That was consistent in all the messages that I heard from the presidents here, and of course increased health and social spending. Your Excellencies, thank you again. To our audience, thank you very much for your patience for listening. Mr. MC, I hope we can still be friends.
Yes, we are so much friends. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the Excellencies as they take back their seats. And once again, a bigger round of applause to Godfrey Mutidzwa from CNBC Africa, Chief Editor, for his wonderful moderation. Can we put our hands together for the delegates? Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we are moving on to the next program, which is a couple of minutes looking on to what a generation of investment looks like, inspiring stories from the community. Here we are going to showcase a beneficiary of a human capital investment where timely investment in one generation changed the economic and life trajectory of the next. And this session will be led by none other than Dr. Blandina Kilama. Can we put our hands together for Dr. Blandina Kilama? So she is the personal assistant to the President of the United Republic of Tanzania in economic affairs. She has practical experiences in research, training, management, and policy analysis, gained as a researcher at the think tank based in Dar es Salaam, Rapport. Her engagement in dialogues, forums, and local and international publications are derived from her work in economic transformation, financial inclusion, value chains in agriculture, nutrition, and poverty. Her passion for development had seen her become the CEO of the Economic Society of Tanzania. Can we put our hands together for her? Yes. She initiated Sneakers and Heels Exposition, a platform geared towards encouraging mid-career women to stay and remain at work. She holds a PhD from Leiden University in the Netherlands, master's from Harvard Kennedy University, and a first degree in economics from University of Dar es Salaam. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Blandina Kilama. Doctor, over to you. You will invite to the stage your panelists, and you will take it another 10 minutes, I believe. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. Since yesterday, we've been hearing a lot about youth and youth and youth. And guess what? We have 3 of them, and we're going to hear from them. Please give them a warm welcome with a clap. With me, I have Habiba, and then Ramadhani, and Kulthum. I'm going to give them some time to introduce themselves after they sit. But importantly, our session is going to be done in Kiswahili. So I encourage you to have the translation devices. as I wait for you to put on your translation devices. Yesterday, the chief economist said it's very important to invest in human capital. And he said the first bit, that can happen within the family. And so he said, you have to think about investing in people. But then he said, when it's not done very well in the family, you also have to do that through institutions. And then later on, he said, no matter how much you invest in, you also have to make sure you have functioning markets. So in front of you, as I said, I have Habiba, Ramadhani, and Kulthum, and I'm switching, ambao basi watakuwa nasi mchana huu leo na watatuelezea taarifa zao kwa kuwa wao ni wanufaika wa mfuko wa maendeleo ya jamii kwa hapa Tanzania. Toka asubuhi na jana tumeendelea kusikia wadau mbalimbali wakiongea hapa na wakuu wa nchi wakituambia kuna umuhimu sana wa kuwekeza kwenye mifuko mbalimbali. Lakini sio tu mifuko, leo tumesikia tukiambiwa ni muhimu kuwekeza kwenye miundombinu ambayo inawezesha. Kwa hiyo sio tu upande wa elimu, tukatajiwa na barabara, tukatajiwa na umeme, lakini vile vile tukatajiwa na umuhimu wa kuwa na maji. Lakini mama yetu kutoka Uganda na vile vile kutoka Zambia akasema sio tu unawekeza kwa umuhimu, lakini vile vile ni lazima tuangalie ubora wa kile ambacho tunawekezea ili kuhakikisha tunatoa fursa kwa watu wengi zaidi. Basi mimi naomba niwakaribishe wanufaika wetu waweze kujitambulisha, na kwa kuanza nitaanza kulia kwangu, na huyu ni Habiba. Habiba, karibu chukue mic ujitambulishe.
Okay, asante. Kwa majina naitwa Habiba Selemani Maramoja, ni mnufaika wa mfuko wa TASAF, ninatokea Mbagala, wilaya ya Temeke, mkoa wa Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Mbagala ni sehemu ambayo iko pembezoni kidogo mwa jiji la Dar es Salaam, na shughuli nyingi za kiuchumi zinazoendelea kufanyika Mbagala ni shughuli ambazo sio rasmi, lakini pia asilimia kubwa ya makazi ya watu wanaoishi Mbagala ni makazi ambayo hayajapimwa. Mimi ni mtoto wa 4 katika familia ya watoto 5. Mama ana matatizo ya usikivu, lakini baba ana matatizo ya miguu. Nimesoma shule ya msingi Kingugi, nikafanikiwa kujiunga na elimu ya kidato cha kwanza na cha 4 katika shule ya sekondari Kingugi, zote ziko Mbagala. Lakini pia nikafanikiwa kujiunga na elimu ya kidato cha 5 na cha 6 katika shule ya sekondari Nyantakala iliyokuwepo mkoani Kagera. Ninatokea katika familia yenye hali duni kwa sababu wazazi wangu wanashindwa kujikimu katika huduma muhimu za kibinadamu, na nimesomea katika mazingira magumu sana kutokana na kukosa mahitaji yangu muhimu ya shule kama madaftari, vitabu, viatu, kitu ambacho kilikuwa kinanisababisha niende shuleni katika mazingira magumu sana. Kwa sababu kuna muda unaenda shule na viatu ambavyo sio vizuri, unaenda na uniform ambazo zimechanika. Kuna wanafunzi zangu kuna muda wakawa wananicheka, kitu ambacho kilikuwa kinasababisha mimi kutokujiamini, na ikawa inasababisha mimi kutokufocus zaidi katika masomo yangu, na kitu ambacho kilisababisha mimi kutokuendelea vizuri katika masomo yangu, na nilifeli sana. Lakini pia kutokana na ugumu wa maisha ya familia yetu, wazazi walikosa hata mtaji wa kufanya biashara ndogo ndogo ambazo huenda pesa ambayo ingepatikana ingesaidia kupunguza ugumu wa maisha nyumbani. Asante.
Asante sana. Tafadhali tumpigie makofi Habiba. Huyu ni mnufaika wa kwanza, hapo katuelezea tu historia yake kidogo. Ramadhani, naomba nawe ujitambulishe waweze kukufahamu. Ipandishe. Yes.
Asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Ramadhan Saif Isaganga, ni moja kati ya wanufaika wa mpango wa serikali kunusuru kaya maskini. Nimezaliwa Mbagala, ndipo ninapoishi na familia yetu. Mimi ni mtoto wa pili katika familia ya watoto watatu. Mama yangu ni mfanyabiashara mdogo mdogo ambaye anauza juice, ambaye alikuwa akishirikiana na baba yangu, lakini kwa bahati mbaya alifariki mwaka 2018. Maisha yetu kabla ya TASAF ama kuja kunufaika na TASAF yalikuwa ni magumu sana. Tulikuwa tuna hali duni kwa kiasi kwamba tulishindwa kupata mahitaji yetu muhimu kama vile chakula, tulishindwa kupata mahitaji muhimu ya darasani ama katika elimu yangu kama sare za shule, kukosa viatu, madaftari, kalamu. Hivi vyote vilichangia mimi kutofanya vizuri darasani na maendeleo yangu kutokuwa mazuri sana. Nilisoma katika shule ya msingi Charambe ambayo iko Mbagala, pia nikaenda shule ya sekondari Nzasa ambayo iko Mbagala pia. Baada hapo nikajiunga na chuo cha ufundi Arusha ambapo nilisoma astashahada ya uhandisi umeme wa magari ambapo nilimaliza mwaka 2020.
Okay, asante sana Ramadhani, naomba naye tumpongeze kwa kujitambulisha. Mwisho kabisa basi naomba nimalizie na Kulthum, tafadhali jitambulishe.
Asante, kwa majina naitwa Kulthum Hamadi Suleiman, ni mnufaika wa TASAF, natokea Zanzibar, Shehia Karakana, iliyopo pembezoni kando kando kidogo ya mji wa Zanzibar, umbali usiozidi kilomita 9. Ni mtoto wa pili kuzaliwa kati ya watoto 5 katika familia yetu. Baba yangu ni mfanya biashara mchuuzi wa samaki kama vile saradini, na mama yangu ni mfanya biashara ndogo ndogo kama vile kuuza visheti. Natoka katika familia duni ambapo tunashindwa kupata baadhi ya huduma, hasa huduma muhimu za shule kama vile madaftari, mabuku, viatu, na kitu ambacho kilipelekea kutofanya vizuri katika masomo yangu.
Asanteni sana. Basi sasa tuende, kwa sababu wote mmesema nyinyi ni wanufaika wa TASAF. Habiba, ni kitu gani TASAF imekupatia mpaka sasa hivi, uko wapi? Kwa ufupi kabisa.
Mimi nilianza kunufaika na mfuko huu wa serikali wa TASAF mwaka 2015 nikiwa kidato cha kwanza katika shule ya sekondari Kingugi iliyokuwepo Mbagala. Mpaka sasa ninaendelea kunufaika na mfuko huu wa TASAF nikiwa kama mwanafunzi wa chuo kikuu cha Dar es Salaam. Nikiwa mwaka wa pili nikisomea shahada ya science ya uhandisi katika mawasiliano, na ninatarajia kumaliza elimu yangu ya masomo ya juu mwaka 2025. Hizi zote ni jitihada za serikali kupitia mfuko wa TASAF. Ninashukuru sana. Mfuko wa TASAF ulinisaidia mambo mengi sana, kwa sababu kupitia mfuko huu kwanza uliweza kunisaidia kupata vifaa maalum vya shuleni. Niliweza kupata uniform nzuri, niliweza kupata begi, viatu, kitu ambacho kilisababisha mimi niongeze kujiamini katika masomo yangu, na niliweza kufanya vizuri sana katika masomo yangu. Lakini pia kupitia mfuko huu wa TASAF uliweza kuwasaidia wazazi wangu kupata mtaji ambao uliwawezesha kufanya biashara ndogo ndogo kama kuuza maandazi, sambusa, vitu vidogo vidogo katika mtaa wetu, kitu ambacho kilisaidia wao waweze kupata pesa ambayo iliweza kutusaidia sisi katika mambo ya chakula, matibabu pindi ambapo tunaumwa, na sisi katika masuala ya shule. Kwa hiyo ilipunguza ugumu wa maisha kwa kiasi kikubwa. Lakini kikubwa zaidi napenda kuishukuru serikali kupitia mfuko wa TASAF, kwa sababu iliweza kunisaidia ni kupata mkopo wa elimu ya juu kwa 100%. Ninashukuru sana, kwa sababu mfuko huu wa TASAF umetuunganisha sisi moja kwa moja na bodi ya mikopo ya elimu ya juu. Kwa hiyo wakati tunaomba mkopo wa elimu ya juu, tulipewa viambatanishi na TASAF vya kuambatanisha na fomu zetu, kitu ambacho kilisababisha mimi kupata mkopo wa 100%. Ninashukuru sana, kwa sababu leo ninasomea kitu ambacho ninakipenda, kitu ambacho nina ndoto nacho. Ninashukuru sana, kwa sababu katika mazingira ya kawaida wazazi wangu wasingekuwa na uwezo wa kunilipia ada katika fani ambayo mimi ninaipenda. Huenda leo ningesomea fani ambayo sina ndoto nayo, siipendi, ili kukizi ada kutokana na uwezo wa wazazi wangu. Nashukuru sana.
Asante. Engineering. Okay, Ramadhani, tuje kwako. Toka umejiunga na TASAF, umefanikiwa wapi na unafanya nini sasa hivi?
Asante sana. Mimi nilianza kunufaika na mfuko wa TASAF au mpango huu wa serikali kunusuru kaya maskini mnamo mwaka 2015, wakati huo nikiwa kidato cha 3. Mpango huu ulinisaidia kiasi kikubwa sana, kwa maana niliweza kupata chakula, niliweza kupata mahitaji muhimu ya darasani, lakini pia upatikanaji wa kifungua kinywa kabla sijaenda darasani, maana kifungua kinywa ni muhimu sana ili mradi ukiingia darasani uweze kuelewa. Hivyo ilinipelekea mimi kupata matokeo mazuri sana darasani, ufaulu wangu uliongezeka. Lakini si hivyo tu, serikali kupitia mfuko huu wa TASAF uliweza kuniunganisha mimi na bodi ya mkopo ya elimu ya juu, ambapo niliweza kupata mkopo wa 100%, na mimi ni moja kati ya wanufaika hao. Na sasa nasoma nasoma taasisi ya teknolojia ya Dar es Salaam, nasomea uhandisi mitambo na natarajia kumaliza mwaka 2025.
Okay. Asante. Kabla sijaenda kwa Kurthum, mara ya kwanza ulituambia umesomea umekanika wa magari, lakini sasa hivi umetuambia unasomea uhandisi wa mitambo. Hebu tuambie ilikuwaje mpaka ukahamia hivi?
Baada ya kumaliza chuo cha ufundi Arusha mwaka 2020, nilikaa mwaka mmoja nyumbani, kwa maana kwamba baada ya kugraduate sikuweza kuendelea, kwanza nilipumzika. Wakati ule kati natafuta sehemu ya kujitolea, kwa maana kwamba internship, nilihangaika sana kutafuta sehemu ya kujitolea, lakini nilishindwa. Nimehangaika sana, lakini hata zile sehemu ambazo sio formal, kwa maana kwamba garage tu zile za mtaani, kuzipata nazo zilikuwa ni shida. Kwa hiyo nikaona kuliko niendelee kukaa nyumbani, bora mwakani niendelee na elimu. Hivyo nikachagua mechanical, ambao pia ni wide. Ina uwanda mkubwa sana, kwa sababu kama hapa kwenye tulipo kuna mechanical, kuna AC, air condition ni mechanical. Kwa hiyo nikaona nichague mechanical, na sasa ninaendelea katika taasisi ya teknolojia ya Dar es Salaam.
Asante sana. Haya, tuamie basi kwa Kurthum, tuelezee na wewe umenufaika vipi. Karibu.
Asante kwa mara nyingine.
Naomba isogeze mic kidogo kwenye mdomo. Asante.
Nilianza kunufaika na TASAF mwaka 2015 nikiwa darasa la 6 katika skuli ya msingi Chumbuni, ambapo TASAF iliweza kunisaidia mimi kupata baadhi ya huduma muhimu, hasa huduma za shule, jambo ambalo lilipelekea ufaulu wangu na kufaulu mitihani yangu ya darasa la 6 na kujiunga katika mchipuo wa lugha katika skuli ya sekondari Kiponda. Kwa kuwa mimi ni mlengwa wa TASAF, serikali kupitia bodi ya mikopo ya elimu ya juu iliweza kunipa mimi kipaumbele cha kupata mkopo huo, ambapo nilipata 81% ya mkopo huo. Ingawaje 19% inanilazimu nijilipie mwenyewe katika fedha za kujikimu, kwa kutokana na wazazi wangu kushindwa kumudu kiasi hicho kilichobakia. Hata hivyo, ni shukuru serikali kupitia bodi ya mikopo ya elimu ya juu Tanzania kwa kunipatia mkopo huo, kwa sababu nimeweza kusoma elimu yangu ya juu. Vile vile ni shukuru serikali kupitia sera yake elimu bila malipo, nimeweza kusoma elimu ya msingi na sekondari. Okay. Kwa sasa mimi ni mwanafunzi wa Chuo Kikuu cha Taifa cha Zanzibar SUZA. Shahada ya kwanza nasomea teknolojia habari na mawasiliano.
Okay, hongera sana. Hapo ulisema ulikuwa unafuatilia mchepuo wa lugha na ulikuwa unaupenda, lakini sasa hivi unasomea masuala ya teknolojia. Hebu tufafanulie hapo kidogo, ni nini kilipelekea hiyo?
Kitu kilichopelekea mimi kuacha kusoma lugha na kujikita katika mambo ya teknolojia ya habari na mawasiliano ni kupitia ile process ya kuomba mkopo, ili nilazimu niende kuhakiki cheti changu cha kuzaliwa kwa sababu kilikosewa. Kutokana na kuwa kimekosewa, huduma ile ilichukua wiki 3, na watu wengine waliokuja wao walipatiwa huduma hiyo papo hapo. Kwa nini iwe hivyo? Ndicho kilichonifanya nikasoma teknolojia ya habari na mawasiliano ili niweze kuwasaidia wengine kutatua changamoto hiyo.
Wow. I will repeat that in English. So Kurthum After she completed A-levels, she wanted to proceed with further studies, but she had a challenge with her birth certificate where she had to check, to change the name, but that process took a while. And she discovered when she was doing a follow-up, right, there were people who were shortcutting her. And she said, with this challenge, I do not want anybody else from a not well-to-do family to go through that process. And she believes IT will solve most of the problems. Please, a round of applause, and we wish you all the best. Basi kwa kumalizia, naelewa tu tumepewa muda mchache sana. Nitaomba basi mseme ndoto zenu. Kwanza kitu kimoja ambayo nitaomba audience wote tuwapigie makofi. Wengi wetu tunaogopa hesabu na sayansi, lakini mbele yetu tuna wahandisi watarajiwa wakubwa sana. Naomba tuwapigie makofi. Habiba, nije kwako. Ndoto yako ni nini?
Asante. Mimi ndoto yangu ninatamani siku moja nije kuwa mhandisi mkubwa katika wa mawasiliano, kwa sababu ninapenda masuala ya interneti, lakini ninapenda pia masuala ya network, na ninapenda kusaidia watu kutoka sehemu moja kwenda sehemu nyingine katika masuala yote ya kidigitali. Lakini pia ninatamani kuja kufanya kazi na makampuni makubwa ya mawasiliano ya ndani ya nchi na ya nje ya nchi. Lakini pia ninatamani baadaye kuja kusaidia familia yangu, kutokana familia yangu inatokea katika mazingira magumu. Kwa hiyo ninaamini nikifanikiwa mimi nitakuwa kama funguo ya hawa wengine wa nyuma ambao wananifuatia. Lakini pia ninatamani baadaye nije kuwa mmoja wa wadau wa kuchangia mfuko wa tasafu ili uzidi kuwaendeleza watoto au vijana wanatokea katika familia maskini kutoka sehemu moja kwenda sehemu nyingine ili kuweza kutimiza ndoto zao na kuliendeleza taifa letu. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Habiba. Ramadhani, karibu.
Asante. Mimi ndoto yangu siku moja ni kuja kuwa mhandisi bora sana katika masuala zima ya mitambo, pia kuja kulitumikia taifa langu. Lakini pia ningetamani siku moja nimiliki karakana ambayo ingekuja kusolve masuala mazima ya mitambo na kuweza kutoa ajira kwa vijana wengine ambao watasomea masuala ya mitambo. Asante sana.
Asante Ramadhani. Kulthum, karibu.
Asante. Ndoto yangu ni kuwa mwanateknolojia mkubwa ili niweze kufanya kazi katika taasisi mbalimbali kama vile TTCL. Vile vile niletee maendeleo nchi yangu na familia yangu kwa ujumla, na kuwasaidia vijana wengi wanaotoka familia za kimaskini katika kutatua hali zao za kimaisha, yani kufikia ndoto zao na wasomee teknolojia ya tehama. Kipekee ni shukuru serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania na serikali ya Mapinduzi ya Zanzibar kwa kuendelea kuridhia kuwepo kwa mfuko huu unaotusaidia vijana wengi wa kimaskini kutatua hali zetu za kimaisha na kufikia ndoto zetu. Asanteni sana.
Asanteni sana 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 kwa kutushirikisha mlioyapitia. Sio marahisi sana, lakini mnaendelea kutupa moyo kwamba wale wote wanaofanya jitihada tofauti tofauti kusaidia makundi tofauti tofauti, basi jitihada zao zinazaa matunda, kwa sababu hapa tunaye Kulthum, tunaye Ramadhani na vile vile tunaye Habiba. Basi kabla hatujaondoka, ningependa kuwafahamisha wajumbe kwamba Benki ya Dunia pia inashirikiana na nchi nyingine tofauti tofauti kwa kuwa na mfuko ambao unaendeleza maendeleo ya jamii nchi nyingine. Mfano, kwa upande wa Zambia vile vile wanasaidia kutoa upande wa elimu, lakini vile vile kuwekeza kwa wanawake. Lakini kikubwa kwa upande wa Afrika Magharibi upo mfuko wa Swed ambao wenyewe unasaidia katika kuhakikisha basi kuna kuwepo na ufahamu mkubwa zaidi kuhusiana na masuala ya life skills. Ukisikiliza ile changamoto ambayo Kulthumu ametutajia, tunaona tunayo hayo mapungufu. Sio tu tunahitaji masuala ya darasani, lakini vile vile tunahitaji skills nyingine ambazo zinaweza zikatusaidia. Hivyo basi naomba wadau wote mlioko hapa, pale kwenye gallery walk kuna videos ambazo zina showcase vijana wetu watatu, lakini na hizi program niliyoitaja ya GWEL ambayo iko Zambia, na hii program ya SWED mnaweza mkaziona kule. MC, tunakushukuru sana kwa fursa hii, tunawashukuruni nyote kwa kutusikiliza. Asanteni.
Asante sana. Can we put our hands once again to our moderator, Dr. Blandina Kilama, but as well as the young people, really as they contemplated on the generation of investment and how it looks, having heard the inspiring stories from our communities, and linking this session and the next session, which is going to look on to how to accelerate investments in Africa, Africa's human capital, as our future depends on it. I'm looking at it as a continuation of the just ended success stories from our communities. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring straight ahead to the stage Madame Graca Machel. Can we put our hands together as she comes to the stage? Totally honored to have been with us since yesterday. Asante sana mama, and we are eager to hear from you this afternoon. And also on the stage, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Victoria Kwakwa, Regional Vice President for Eastern and Southern Africa of the World Bank. They're going to lead us on to a discussion on how to accelerate investment in Africa's human capital, as our future depends on it. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm really privileged to have the opportunity to have this fireside chat with Her Excellency Mrs. Graca Machel. And Graca is well known in the continent. She's somebody I've personally admired from a distance for a very long time, and fortunately had the privilege of meeting her earlier this year when I visited Mozambique. And we had a very interesting conversation. And what really struck me was her passion, her commitment, and her total dedication to the issues around young people coming into their own, achieving all that they can be, and particularly young women and girls. So today, Graca, I'm really honored to spend a few minutes with you and to have a chat. I think Graca is such a celebrated woman. I want to spend a few minutes to say a little bit about her. With your permission, Graca. Graca Machel is the co-founder and deputy chair of the Elders. I'll be brief. I'm not going to read everything. She's also the founder of the Graca Machel Trust and the Foundation for Community Development. Her decades-long professional and public life is rooted in Mozambique's struggle for independence and international advocacy for women and children's rights. She's a former freedom fighter in Mozambique's Frelimo movement, and was the country's first minister of education. In the years following her tenure in government, Grasser produced a groundbreaking UNICEF report, The Impact of Armed Conflict on Children, that changed the way the UN and member states respond in conflict zones. And since then, she has worked tirelessly in support of global health, child welfare, and women's rights and empowerment. I see that you're distinctly uncomfortable, so I'll stop here. But just wanted to say a little bit about Grasser as we go into this conversation. Now, we don't have a lot of time, so Grasser, I think a lot of people would be keen to know a little bit about you. I've said a bit, but just on a more personal level, you know, you've dedicated your life to the issues around children and youth, and particularly women and girls. So if you could just tell us a little bit about what led you to this path and what kept you in this area of work.
Thank you, Victoria. As you quite rightly put it, I'm a freedom fighter. And that experience in my early age has molded in me the belief that if there is something you are particularly concerned with and you want to transform, you have to fight for it. When I joined the struggle, like many millions, not millions, thousands of Mozambicans, we knew that perhaps we could die during the struggle. But we were determined to do because we believed we want to be free. At the age of 29, immediately after our independence, I was deployed to the Ministry of Education. I was 29. I had no experience whatsoever, but I had to figure out how do I contribute for my country to have a system, a national system of education which could be grounded and rooted in Mozambican needs and which would help also to shape our future. I'm in the ministry for about 2 to 3 years. Don't go deep into of girls, etc. And I discussing in this room today is exactly the same kind of problems. Girls are not all in school. Girls are not getting the best of results. Girls are still given away in child marriage. Girls, so I believe I can't rest while even after 40 years of my life, while the millions of girls still are facing the same problems which I learned of the time I became minister. You want to understand why I'm here?
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Grassa. So, it's not finished yet.
Yeah.
It continues.
Yeah.
And the fire is still burning in you. Thank you. So, given that, as you said, there's still a lot to do, what would be your take? And you've been in this field, as you said, over 40 years. Today, if you had to say what
I think we need to be able to see the future we want. We have to dream what I think we need to be able to see the future we want. We have to dream, we have to be much more ambitious, and we have to transform our ambition into plans which comes from the best of achievements and how we come back to say, from now, this is what we are to do if we are to reach that best of our achievement. I'll be a little bit long here. First, I listened to our discussions this morning. We have been doing a lot. There is real commitment to provide whatever we can define, and particularly in this issue of human capital. But I think with modesty, I would say to my ministers and to my heads of state, remember, there are still 98 million African children who are out of school. We were told here that out of 10 children, 9 of those who are in school are able to read and understand a text. We were told here in the discussions we had that any success we can think of, we need to develop those kind of partnerships which will enhance what governments do, but has to bring the best of all members of society to feel the responsibility of really giving the best we have to give to our children. So my submission is the following. Can you please look back, of these 98 million who are out of school, how many are in each one of our countries here? So we are doing the best we can, but we still have a few million who are out. How can we bring them in? Because our commitment is for every single child, girl and boy. How do we bring them all in? Second, once they're into the system, How do we make sure that all of them, they meet the KPIs? I'm using your language. They meet the KPIs which have been established from primary. And from primary, they have to transition to secondary. For them to have at least, this is what the rest of the world is doing, to have at least 12 years of education, of quality education. How many teachers we would need? How many classrooms we would need? How many schools? How many vets? How many universities? All those, to put it in a package, which becomes a social contract, a social pact. It's not only government alone. Is to get all our nation to say, if we are to do this together, this is what government has to do. Private sector, research institutions, civil society organizations, and then I'll come back to you as development partners. But to engage everyone, to say this is what we have to do. And let me remind you, many countries which are successful today, it took them only 30 years to move from poor countries and to become developed. 30 years. So let's give ourselves 30 years as a target. What it is we have to do if in 30 years we will not have one single child out of school. In 30 years, all our children and all our young people will have the knowledge, will have the skills, and they will have even the values, the soft skills, the values, which they will commit to give to society. And this, it's a huge challenge, but it's possible. Other people have done it. So what it takes, what will be necessary if we are to, in 30 years, achieve this? This would be my challenge to all of us. So that in 30 years' time, we are not to continue to be the continent which is the worst in all social indicators, whatever you want as a social indicator. Africa is the worst. We have to revert this. And we have to have the capacity to reverse it. And we have to have the means and the resources to reverse it. But it takes the ambition, and it takes really the commitment and the determination to do whatever it takes so that we get there. So that's my challenge when I sit here. I won't be there in 30 years' time. But I don't want my grandchildren to continue, which I say my grandchildren, who are your children because you are all younger than me, your children, to live in a society where in 30 years' time we'll continue to be talking about the same issues, we're exactly in the same level. No, no, no. For me, the commitment we have to make is we can do it, we must do it, we have to commit to achieve that. 30 years, it's one generation. Africa has to be different. And we made that commitment here in Dar es Salaam. In Dar es Salaam, today. That's one. Now, because I have to leave, I know. I'm looking at Victoria. Thank you for being behind this event. You represent development partners, if we call them. We call you development partners. But in fact, it's that language which we don't want to talk about of donors, right? You have a very important role to play. And I want to speak of the bank particularly. What the bank put in our budget, it's not a grant. It is a loan, right? Generally speaking, we are going to pay you, and you want us to pay you. can you take the long-term perspective and say, we are going to invest with you, to invest, and I'm saying invest with you. During this generation, I'm talking about over 30 years, which means you have to be creative in the way you put that money. It's not only to say it's about money. It's about the future of all of us. So perhaps we should ask them, taking a long-term perspective, instead of us, all of us here, we have debt already, which is very heavy on us. And it's at the same bank. So we have to tell them, okay, can you please defer this for a certain period of time so that the resources we are going to mobilize will go strictly. We promise you that those resources, instead of paying you, will be putting into human development. And this will allow us to pull together our internal resources and the resources we should be paying you, we put and we increase for the human development we're talking about. And then 10, 15 years from now, instead of putting these very heavy interest rates on us, we will be able then to pay you back, but not in this interest rate. Because these interest rates are simply killing us. We have to have this discussion with the bank, with all other development partners. I want to finalize saying the following. It's not right that we will continue giving away our resources, which the developed world need the resources which are African. The resources, as we speak, are mostly on this continent than in Europe or anywhere else. So we need to negotiate in a basis in which there is really mutual benefit. And to say, we invest here. My president from Kenya was talking about, all this value chain and employment, etc., etc. Why on earth all the resources, most of the resources which are being dug down in our continent are manufactured in another site, not here? Let's negotiate. My president have to take that initiative. Ministers are here. Yes, we will take technology, we'll take investment, but let's transform an African soil so that our young people will get the skills, and we will have also the revenues which we need to pay for our human development. I think it is our responsibility, but the bank has to look at the issue of debt. And the development partners, whoever they are, they have to look at us as really partners. We give, we take. Not only to take from us most of our resources, we are impoverished and we continue to be the least development. We are always the worst in the social indicators. So, 30 years from now, this continent can, this continent can be a developed one. We can be the example of South Korea. Exactly. And they don't even have the resources which Africa has. But we're able, precisely investing in human capital, they were able to move from a poor country, and today they are giving money to other countries in form of contribution to development. So, I started by saying, I've been in these discussions. I have been Minister of Education 40 years back, for goodness sake. In 30 years to come, what we owe to our children And what we owe to our founding fathers is exactly to be much more ambitious, much more transformative, much more determined, much more creative, and in scope, in scale, in sustainability of investment. I'm sure we can do it. I'm sure we can do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Grassa. I think you said a lot. Maybe just a final question, because time is fast spent. If you could just tell us, I mean, it's been 40 years you've been in this, you continue, you're not giving up yet, and you say we can. Just tell me 2 things that really give you a sense that this is possible. 2 things. So what would you say the 1 or 2 things that give you hope and keep you going?
Things which keep me going
on this
issue.
Trajectory.
I have already mentioned. I just can't stand that particularly children, and amongst children, girls, they continue to suffer what I learned as I started. I learned 40 years, and now I'm in my 70s, and the situation has not changed dramatically. It has changed somehow, but it didn't change radically. And this creates in me the sense of, I can't tolerate injustice. So that's the second thing. I can't tolerate injustice. And because I feel this is not right, this is not fair, this is not like African children have to have the less of what other children in other parts of the world have.
Good.
And this, for me, it's the motivation for me to say, wherever I am, and with a very little of my contribution, I have to carry on. I can't sit at home, sleep peacefully, while this type of injustices continue. And this is what keeps me going.
Thank you.
But I think this is perhaps which I would like to share with all of us, is you are all much younger than me. You are my children. And some of those who are sitting here are my grandchildren. Look, this continent doesn't deserve this. Our people don't deserve this. This sense of injustice should motivate us to transform radically. We talked about systems here, the systems of education. Some of our countries are still managing the system of education they inherited from the colony. They never had a deep and complete, reforming of the education system to say what are our needs as a nation, and to say what our children need to learn, and how our children are going to stand here, proud of being Africans, using African resources, using African brains, how they are going to stand equal, and if necessary, better than other children in the world. My goodness, this is what keeps me going. It hurts, but at the same time, I know it is possible. So because you have much more knowledge than I had when I was 29 and I went to the ministry, you have much more resources than what we have in Mozambique at that time, for instance. The world has changed, and we have knowledge, science, technology, communication. We have everything which can accelerate. That is the thing I'm trying to transmit, that, look, Africans were not born to live and die poor. Africans are not born to live and die in this situation where we are. It is, and now I'll use words of someone who is my friend, and they are using his quotes there. He said, "It is in your hands." And now I'll say, it is in our hands. We can transform this, and we must transform this. And we have to raise the ambition, the capacity to do it, and yes, we can.
Thank you. Grasa, I hear the applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, we can, and it's our collective responsibility. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What I took away is we need to be bold, to think long term, and to be deliberate in planning and then putting in place and implementing what needs to happen. So thank you so much for sharing this insight. I wish we could have longer to chat, but I think you've been very clear. And that all of us have a collective responsibility. Of course, governments lead, but it's not just governments. It's all of us in our individual capacities, whether we're parents, whether we're students, whether we're civil society actors, whether we're in the education sector and other related sectors. So if it works, it's because all of us pull together and make it work. And work with governments to deliver what we all want. Grasa, with your permission, if I can just say one word about the World Bank interest rates, because I think it's important to note that a considerable amount of the support that we give in Africa is pure grants.
Pure grants.
So they're not paid back. They're countries that just get entirely 100% grants. And then with the credits, they're extremely low interest rates for the majority, and they're really long-term loans, so 30, 40, even 50-year loans. But I think the points that you made are well taken. You're talking about having affordable financing to do what needs to be done. And I think that's a very important point.
Thank you so much. To know that the head department in the World Bank is giving money as grants, and the grants in long-term perspective. But she represents the bank, isn't it? There is another pocket of the bank which is at our neck in terms of debt, isn't it? And that alone, it reduces the ability of national resources to be invested, the majority of our resources to invest in human capital. So thank you for doing your part. But for us to do our part, the other pocket of the bank has to change the way it deals with us. As I'm saying, we may pay, but give us a breathing space in which we can invest in human capital so that we'll be able then to do the pull which is necessary, as I was saying. So you get the message, and I hope your colleagues in the bank will be listening. And I'm saying here because my presidents also are here. This is what we have to tell them. This is what we have to tell them. If we are to pay the debt as it will not be sufficient for us to have the resources in scope, as I was saying, in scale, and in a sustained way as we need to transform our investment in human capital. So that other pocket has to be told.
Which other pocket?
The other pocket, which is not yours.
Okay.
Okay. So I have, can we say to her pocket, thank you. But we need to convince the other pocket.
I think that, no, Grasa, thank you so much. But I think that the financing that the World Bank gives to all, it's not just my department, but to all low-income countries is really along those terms. Now, you have the bigger issue of access to finance for development and how countries in Africa and poorer countries generally finance their development, and whether the terms are affordable. That's a very valid question to ask. And I think these are being debated globally about the international financial architecture and modifying that. So I get you. I want to say for the World Bank, I think we're doing the right thing by developing countries. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Grace.
Thank you so much. Yes, we can, and yes, we must, and with that passion and enthusiasm, I really see that we are going to accelerate investments in Africa's human capital, which really our future depends on it. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we are drawing very close to the adoption of the Dar es Salaam Human Capital Declaration. But before we go to the adoption, allow us one final speaker who is coming to speak about emerging priorities to accelerate human capital accumulation. Emerging priorities to accelerate human capital accumulation. This is none other than Honorable Hamis Abdullah Said, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. Can we please put our hands together as he approaches the podium? Thank you.
Your Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Your Excellencies, Heads of State, distinguished leaders here present, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. I am privileged and honored to present before you the emerging priorities to accelerate human capital accumulation in this summit. Your Excellencies, the journey to Uhuru Park Peak began more than a year ago with a goal to prioritize human capital as a critical agenda amidst competing priorities in the poly-crisis, conducted in-depth cross-sector discussions on the status, trends, challenges, and opportunities in human capital, complemented with their clear commitments and roadmap. These have included technical and strategic discussions across critical areas, including health, complemented with their clear commitments and roadmap. These have included technical and strategic discussions across critical areas, including health and nutrition, early childhood education, learning, skills and job, women and girls empowerment, and digital infrastructure. Your Excellencies, innovative best practices emerged and created an inspiring environment of cross-country learning. It is evident that human capital lies at the center of every growth story. I want to thank you all for sharing your experiences. The discussion touched on trends, best practices, and priority areas in each sector that needs to be prioritized. The need for cross-sector and regional coordination is important now more than ever. Your Excellencies, there are some key highlights from the months of deep dives in the key technical areas, knowledge and exchange, and yesterday's panel that I would like to share with you as follows. The first priority area is getting the foundation pillar right. Governments are doing a lot to address human capital, but not enough.
Getting the foundational pillars right for accelerating human capital development will entail the following main areas. 1, framing the human capital agenda in the country. 2, political commitment at the highest level. 3, building systems and enhancing institutional quality. 4, financing and accountability. 5, multi-sectoral approach. 6, implementation at scale. And the last one is leverage regional approach to invest in human capital. The second priority area is in early childhood development. Inequality in Africa begins early with the lifelong consequences for human capital. Food insecurity and malnutrition is a threat to human capital. Good nutrition in the first 1,000 days critical for the development and the building of human capital. However, disadvantaged children can catch up if countries intervene early. Compared to other sectors, budgetary allocations to ECD investment in Africa are low. There are policy options of integrating ECD actions at scale at a very low marginal cost by taking opportunistic actions across sectors, especially women and economic empowerment. The third emerging area is learning poverty. Countries will find it difficult to boost job skills at late life cycle stage. Basic foundational literacy and numeracy skills are critical for skilling and reskilling. We have a quote of Mwalimu Nyerere who said, "Education is not a way to escape poverty, it's a way of fighting it." It is worth reflecting on Mwalimu Nyerere's wisdom. The fourth area is equitable access to schools and skilling opportunities. About 110 million children are out of school, as well as millions of young people in the region are not in education, employment, or training, are emerging as a major development challenge needing urgent attention. Strategic interventions, including social protection, are required to harness and protect human capital, particularly out-of-school children and not in education, employment, or training should be deliberately included in the education system and skilling pathways expanded alongside opportunities for dignified employment or self-employment. The fifth emerged area is a technical and vocational education training. To address the labor market gaps for middle cadre of workers, there's a need to refocus on the TVET through policy frameworks and financing, including student financing and improved TVET linkages with industry and entrepreneurship opportunities. The sixth area is digital skills. Digital and 21st century skills for youth require alignment of the curriculum and project-based learning pedagogy, as well as focus on empowering teachers with the digital and digital pedagogical skills. To develop relevant skills, education system must be transformed and be more resilient to deliver education services both in and out of school at any time to accelerate learning. New education policies and actions need to be developed and require a focus on resilient systems that support anytime, anywhere learning. The last but not the least priority area is on job creation, including the need for entrepreneurship training and business support. Africa is not fully engaged in human capital. Not only is the region under-investing in its human capital, but it is also not reaping the benefits of its existing human capital. Only 60% of the region's working-age population is currently using its accumulated human capital in the workforce. Key policies and programs need to be in place to increase human capital use, include strategies that lower women's barriers to better jobs, upskills and reskills the youth and adult workforce to meet the demands of the evolving industries and mega trends, and equip entrepreneurs to be more productive and eventually create jobs. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies.
Thank you very much. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Zanzibar, Honorable Hamis Abdullah Said, for those comments on emerging priorities to accelerate human capital accumulation. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to the top of the agenda of the summit, which is the adoption of the Dar es Salaam Human Capital Declaration 2023. And to lead us through this exercise, allow me to kindly request to the stage Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, to lead us to the adoption of the Dar es Salaam Human Capital Declaration 2023, which will be done by acclamation. So we shall clap at the end of the declaration to show that we've accepted what she's going to declare for and on behalf of all of us. Your Excellency.
Excellencies and distinguished participants, it has been a long but fruitful day. Congratulations to you all. Now permit me to seize this occasion to reiterate my sincere appreciation to my fellow heads of state and government, vice presidents, President of Zanzibar, prime ministers, ministers, and other dignitaries and members of delegations for your presence and participation in this important summit. In the course of 2 days, we have deliberated on challenges and prospects of human capital in Africa. And after these deliberations, we'll come up with a declaration, which is a commitment that reflects our collective desire to act individually and collectively to resolve the challenges we have identified in the area of human capital development. And hence, it gives me enormous pleasure to present to Your Excellencies, heads of state, distinguished representatives, as well as partners here present, a draft of the Dar es Salaam Declaration on Human Capital. The declaration affirms that human capital development is critical for achieving sustainable, resilient, and inclusive growth in Africa, and that investment in human beings through quality education, healthcare, nutrition, jobs creation, and skills development is necessary for improved social and economic outcomes. The declaration also acknowledges that human capital development in Africa requires on human capital. We were told our journey was going to the Uhuru Peak, and now we are at the Uhuru Peak of Kilimanjaro Mountain. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, with these brief remarks, I now welcome the heads of state, heads of delegation to adopt the declaration by acclamation. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado. Shukran jazira. Asante sana.
Can we continue to clap our hands as that gesture of acclamation has really marked the adoption of the Dar es Salaam Human Capital Declaration 2023. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let's continue to clap our hands. Let's continue to clap our hands. Remarks, Vice President, Human Development of the World Bank, Dr. Mamta Muti, and the final vote of thanks will be delivered by His Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar and Chairman of the Revolutionary Council. So for now, Excellency distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we have Hafsat Abdullahi together with a young child from Zanzibar for a poem. Karibuni sana.
Your Excellencies, venerable audience, I am